Chapter 945. The Roman soldiers who had been quiet all this while began to cheer, accompanied by the curses of the Roman noble soldiers. The Roman nobles still believed that the defeat of Rome was inseparable from the surrender of Rome's civilian soldiers to Dionia and their rebellion against them. As the leader of Rome's civilian soldiers, Sextus was naturally the biggest traitor. Sextus turned a deaf ear to the curses. He signaled the 10 Roman soldiers behind him to get ready. He then took a deep breath and led them to sing loudly, "O River Tiber, you are the mother of the Romans. You have held Rome in your arms for hundreds of years, and you have selflessly given us the sweetness of love." Marquez was stunned when he heard the familiar song. He subconsciously hummed along, but his eyes slowly turned red. "O River Tiber" was an old song that the Romans could sing since they were young. However, when it rang out at this time and place, it brought a different kind of bitterness to the Roman noble soldiers who were about to leave Rome to live in a foreign land. The curses became softer, but the song became louder. The mellow and lyrical song echoed in the wilderness, mixed with the faint sound of sobbing. "Look, the swollen river is roaring. The lone wolf is howling on the Capitoline Mountain. The Romans are plowing the land touched by the river Tiber, hard but happy." Marquez sang emotionally. Suddenly, he saw the Dionia soldiers around him clapping their hands and humming along. "It's a beautiful song, isn't it?" The captain raised his glass and smiled at him in a friendly manner. The Dionia soldiers around each campfire raised their glasses to the Roman soldiers that night. The soldiers drank and danced to their heart's content, venting their anxiety, sadness, fear, boredom, and other negative emotions from the previous war. The next morning, the senior generals led by Amyntas and Matones gathered in the military conference room of the Tree Naval Base. "Matones, didn't you sleep last night?" The Devers frowned as he looked at the 2nd Legion commander, who was slumped on the wooden chair. "Your Majesty." Matones hurriedly propped himself up and yawned. "Last night, Amyntas forced me to drink with him. The bonfire party was already over, but he didn't stop. I was completely drunk. I didn't even know when I returned to the campsite." Hearing Matones' tactful rebuke, Amyntas glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Puffing out his chest, he said proudly, "Brat, now you know who's old, right? Who was it that I threw to the ground yesterday?" Matones retorted, "All right, haven't you two had enough? Do you want me to give you a few more cans of wine for you to drink to your heart's content?" The Devers' expression darkened. The two immediately quieted down, but their eyes were still glaring at each other. "Last night, you two led the soldiers to have fun to your heart's content. Don't forget to thank Middle-Aids. He arranged for the fleet infantrymen to maintain the order of the banquet and stand guard for the drunk soldiers to prevent any accidents," the Devers said solemnly. Although he only dared to hold such a large-scale bonfire party because the entire army was located in the hinterland of the kingdom, there were still some safety issues that needed to be considered. For example, if the soldiers let down their guard after the fun, would the surrendered nobles of Rome take the opportunity to make things difficult for them? Therefore, he ordered thousands of fleet infantrymen to be on standby and monitor the situation at the campsite so that they could pass the night peacefully. This also gave him more confidence in commanding these nobles of Rome. "Your Majesty, it's the responsibility of the 3rd Fleet to station the troops here and take care of the safety," Middle-Aids said humbly. The Devers nodded slightly, took out a letter, and asked Henneborus to pass it to him. The Middle-Aids opened it, and his eyes widened. "The Carthage will send a new fleet of nearly 200 warships to protect Sardinia." The other generals were shocked when they heard this, and they rushed to pass the secret letter to each other. "What? Are you afraid?" the Devers said calmly. The Middle-Aids smiled and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, this is great. The 3rd Fleet can finally fight a real naval battle." The Devers looked at him and asked seriously, "The Carthage have nearly 200 warships, and the 3rd Fleet only has 150. Are you confident in defeating them?" "Of course," the Middle-Aids replied without hesitation. Although the Carthage have many warships, they are still using traditional naval tactics. Many naval battles in the past have shown that our naval tactics have a great advantage. Moreover, the Carthage has formed a new fleet so quickly, and they haven't even gone through a period of running in before they were hurriedly sent to the battlefield. When it comes to a real battle, whether their warships can cooperate well with each other is a problem. Also, according to tradition, the newly built warships need to go through a period of sea trials and repairs before their quality can be guaranteed. The new warships of the Carthage have obviously not gone through strict tests, and problems are likely to occur in intense battles. After hearing this, the Devers turned to ask Tormid, "How's the situation with our newly built warships?" 2 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent a message saying that 26 warships have been built in Turii, 23 in Tarentum, 20 in Brindisi, 15 in Crotone, 17 in Trine. So far, the kingdom has built 213 three-deck or warships and is undergoing sea tests. According to the normal procedures, they will be put into use by the end of this month. After introducing the situation of the new warships smoothly, Tormid asked, "Your Majesty, do we need to put these warships into service in advance?" The Devers shook his head. "No, just follow the normal procedures. However, when these warships are put into service, allocate 50 of them to the Third Fleet first." When Amitylades heard this, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Devers knocked on the table with his hand and said seriously, "Carthage sent this new fleet to Sardinia instead of Sicily, which shows how important Sardinia is to them. What's more, the appearance of such a fleet in the waters of Sardinia is a great threat to the Latin region that we have just conquered and to the entire west coast of our kingdom. So, Amitylades, your task now is to find it and destroy it. Then continue to attack the coast of Sardinia and cut off the connection between Sardinia and Carthage. Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will definitely complete the task you have given us." Amitylades replied resolutely. But before that, the Third Fleet must first escort the army to land in Sicily. The Devers' eyes swept across the generals in the room and slowly said, "Along with this news about the new Carthage fleet, there's also a battle report from Sicily. The Carthage have captured Aegilian." "Aegilian has been captured?" The generals were all surprised. During their stay in the Saturnicum camp, they had a detailed understanding of the battlefield situation in Sicily, considering that they would soon be fighting south. They knew that Carthage's army had been blocked at Paragonia and Hina, unable to advance an inch. But now that they were about to land in Sicily, the situation suddenly changed. What is Prosos doing? How can he abandon Aegilian so easily? If Carthage's people occupy it, they can break into the Aetna region. Not only will Cadani be threatened, but Naxos will also be threatened. Amyntas said angrily. Prosos, as the commander of Sicily, not only was he able to defeat Carthage's first army, but he also defeated Serenus and disturbed the enemies in the west of Sicily. After that, he faced the sudden attack of the 100,000 Carthage army led by Margo and the people of Syracuse. With such a huge difference in strength, he was still able to resist the attack of Carthage's people, ensure the safety of the main cities in Sicily, and buy time for us to land in Sicily. It's already not easy for Prosos to do all this with just the military forces of Sicily. We shouldn't be too harsh on him, the Devers said softly. His generous praise for Prosos' Leotychides made Amyntas feel a little awkward. Although there were some generals who were not convinced, they remained silent at the moment. Your Majesty, the loss of Aegilian won't affect us much. Printos had always sat in the corner during military meetings in the past, but his glorious achievements in Latin had raised his status significantly. Not only did he sit beside the large wooden table with a map engraved on it, but he was also not far from the Devers. He also took the initiative to speak. Looking at this map, we can see that the capture of Aegilian by Carthage's people doesn't have much of an impact on our territory in Sicily. This is a mountainous area, so it's difficult to transport food. Even if Carthage's people enter Aetna through Aegilian, as long as Naxos and Cadani defend the cities, their attack won't last long. Moreover, Hina and Hebida are still a threat to their rear. Printos, don't forget about the people of Sycars. Tormid finally found an opportunity to refute his colleague. Although Aegilian hasn't been annexed by the kingdom, it used to be the center of the people of Sycars. It's very important to them. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Carthage, I'm afraid that the Sickers in the East will lose their confidence in us. Didn't you say that the Sickers in the East have always been close to us and are almost annexed by the kingdom? They wouldn't surrender to Carthage so easily, would they? Oliver's objected. Chapter 946. Without Aegilian as a barrier, Prosos won't be able to take it back. The cycles are being pressured by Carthage's army, and they don't know that reinforcements are coming. Moreover, the Carthage are adept at fighting in the mountains. Faced with such a predicament, it's hard to predict what the cycles will do. Talmud said with a serious expression. However, if the Sicarer tribe that lives on the western edge of the Sicily territory surrenders to the Carthaginians, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for our Sicily territory. Devers slammed his hand on the wooden table and said in a deep voice, I've decided to have the entire army disembark on Cadenai and repel Carthage's army head-on. Your Majesty, when we were discussing at Saturnicum, didn't you plan to have the army disembark on the western border of Sicily, which is defenseless, and cut off the retreat route of the Carthage's army? Matones asked. Yes, I've proposed such a plan before. However, the premise of implementing this plan is that the Carthage have lost their naval power, and they won't be able to threaten our landing fleet. Devers pointed at Sicily on the map on the wooden table and explained calmly. However, the situation has changed now. The Carthage's new fleet has already been put into use, and we don't know how many warships are being built in the shipyards of the Phoenicians. I believe that everyone still remembers the situation when we disembarked on Latin America. The number of warships carrying our legions is so large that it's impossible to hide from the Carthage's eyes and ears, and it's impossible to launch a surprise attack. When the time comes, the Carthage will mobilize all their naval power to stop us from disembarking. Everything went smoothly when we disembarked on Latin America, and it took us almost half a day. However, if we disembark on the western border of Sicily, the Carthage will try their best to stop us from disembarking. After all, that area is under the Carthage's control, and it's more advantageous for them to fight. Even if we can gather the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet together, we might not be able to gain any advantage. And even if we manage to land in the end, such a large army will require a large amount of food, and we will still have to rely on sea transportation for food supplies. This will be another big problem. Devers looked around at the crowd. Seeing that they did not refute but were deep in thought, he said loudly, Also, the territory of Sicily is being destroyed and threatened by Carthage's army. The people are eagerly waiting for us to go and rescue them. If we disregard their safety and would rather take a huge risk to land in the west of Sicily, what will they think? So, the most important thing now is to chase the Carthage people out of Sicily so that the people can quickly rebuild their homes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense and nodded in support. Your Majesty, the plan to send the entire army to the west of Sicily has been cancelled, but we can send 1 or 2 legions. Epitones interjected. Devers glanced at him and said, This problem will not be discussed today. 3 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the reserve soldiers of each city to gather at the military camp of Silatina. Your task in the next 2 days is to replenish them into your legions as soon as possible. 2 days later, we will set off for Cadenai. What about the Rome soldiers who have surrendered? Amyntas asked. Devers had already thought about it and said, keep them in their respective teams, and each team will have 1 more Rome soldier. With the addition of the reserve soldiers, the proportion of Rome soldiers in the army will be diluted. I think this will be more conducive to the stability of the troops, and it will also be more beneficial for these Rome soldiers to integrate into the army. Lord Mara, look, our soldiers have occupied the city wall. The adjutant was so excited that he was dancing. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers besieged the seemingly small city of Paragonia. After more than half a month of attack, apart from many casualties, they had not made much progress. Now, they had finally gnawed this hard bone. Mara, who had been gloomy these days, finally showed a smile. He said loudly, Blow the bugle to attack. Let the soldiers seize the opportunity to continue to attack the city. Break the second wall of the Dionia and kill all the Dionia people in the city. Yes. Woo. Margot listened to the loud bugle and watched as hundreds of soldiers swarmed into the city of Paragonia. The sounds of fighting from the city were getting weaker and weaker. Mara clenched his fists. He was eager to break the inner city wall that had caused a lot of trouble for the besieging soldiers. The Carthaginian soldiers who occupied the top of the city wall quickly rushed down from all directions. They roared as they rushed into the city, chasing after the fleeing enemies. They were extremely excited, but they rarely noticed that the water flowing in the ditches along the crisscrossing streets was not stinky sewage, but sticky tar. In the empty houses, a large amount of wheat grass that had just been harvested was piled up. Standing on the inner city wall, the captain of the 7th Legion of Dionia looked at the enemies that were rapidly approaching the city like a tide. He decisively ordered, "Close the gate. Captain, there are still many brothers retreating to the inner city. They will arrive soon. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." The commander of the 7th Legion on the side pleaded anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Temenides hardened his heart and said, "It's too late. Before they reach the city wall, the Carthage people will rush into the inner city. By then, everything we have worked hard to arrange will be in vain." At this point, he raised his voice and shouted, "Close the gate." After giving this order, he then raised his right arm and waved it down. Fire arrows. More than a dozen arrows were shot into the ditch under the city wall, and immediately a circle of flames rose and quickly spread out along the connected ditch. "Captain here." The guard handed the wet linen to Temenides. Temenides looked around at the soldiers who had already covered themselves with linen, took it, and covered his mouth and nose with it. Not long after, the entire outer city had become a sea of fire. The Carthage soldiers who had been advancing aggressively now panicked and wanted to retreat, but the narrow streets and crowded crowds made it impossible for them to do so. So, as they pushed and shoved each other frantically, and even killed each other, flames and thick smoke shrouded them. In the sea of fire in the outer city, shrill screams could be heard everywhere. Among these screams, there must be the Dionia soldiers who had not retreated into the inner city in time. Temenides closed his eyes in pain, holding onto the battlements, and slowly knelt down, silently chanting in his heart, "O great Hades, you are the protector of the kingdom of Dionia. You are the just and strict ruler of the underworld. I beg you to give a fair trial to these warriors who died for the kingdom, so that their souls can receive the protection they deserve." Not only was Temenides praying, but all the soldiers on the inner city wall were doing the same thing. Even though the solid wall blocked the fire from spreading, the rolling heat waves were suffocating, but everyone remained kneeling, facing the burning sea of fire and praying devoutly. The Carthage people who were watching the battle outside the city were originally cheering because they were about to break the city, but when they saw the fire rising from the city and quickly enveloping the whole city, they were all shocked. Soon, their shock turned into panic. "Oh my God, the Dionia people have gone crazy. They've set the whole town on fire. Quickly withdraw the troops. Look at the fire. It's too late." The soldiers are desperately rushing in to gain merit, blocking all the city gates. This is not something that can be withdrawn in a short time. Victory was so close, but it turned into despair in the blink of an eye. Margot suddenly felt suffocated, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. He immediately snatched a spear from a guard and threw it at a Namibian soldier who had just escaped from Fire City and was fleeing in this direction in a panic. The spear pierced his chest. Margot looked around at the soldiers with a ferocious face and roared, "All of you, shut up." His entourage suddenly fell silent. In the evening, Pamilka walked into the tent of the Carthage barracks. Margot, who had a face full of resentment and was unapproachable during the day, was now munching on the cooked lamb leg with a calm expression. Seeing Pamilka come in, he picked up the half-eaten leg of lamb and said, "Agrigento's lamb is really delicious. Would you like a piece?" "Thank you. I've already had dinner." Pamilka pulled a wooden chair, sat opposite him, and asked softly, "Next, what's your plan?" "What do you mean?" Margot looked at him and asked rhetorically. "Lord Margot, the Dionia people have burned the entire outer city of Paragonia, and we have suffered heavy losses. According to the statistics that have just come in, Nearly 2,000 soldiers have been burned to death, and more than 2,000 soldiers have been burned. Since we besieged Paragonia, the number of dead and injured soldiers has reached 7,000. As Pamilka continued to state the facts, his originally calm tone became heavy. We can't do anything to a small Paragonia, let alone the Dionia barracks, Leontini, and Catanai, which are larger and have more soldiers. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, when Dionia's reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid we won't have enough strength to fight them head-on. What the hell are you trying to say? Margot's face darkened, and he asked impatiently. I believe you have received news from Sardinia. A huge fleet of Dionia carrying soldiers from Latin into the south to Trine. I'm afraid that the Dionia people have won the war with Rome, and their army is about to land in Sicily. Should we temporarily stop the attack on Catanai and fully prepare to fight the main force of Dionia? Literature Museum. Chapter 9, 47. Stop attacking Catanai. Margot's face was full of hatred as he said angrily, Don't forget, the Senate is forcing me to drive the Dionia out of Sicily within a year. Time is running out, so I need to strengthen the attack. We can't attack anymore, Lord Margot. Pamilka hurriedly advised. I will write to the Senate and explain to them in detail why we should stop the attack. It's no use. Hanno and the others will not listen to your explanation. Margot sneered disapprovingly. Pamilka, however, heard a hint of loosening in Margot's words. He then said, But Lord Esuba will support me, and there's also Preta Cuba. Hearing this, Margot put down the leg of lamb in his hand and said indifferently, Well, as you said, let's retreat to the west first. Pamilka did not expect Margot, who had always been stubborn, to agree so readily. For a moment, he was a little stunned. Of course, he did not know that Margot had already felt a little uneasy after the failed attack on Paragonia. He had already realized that whether it was Serenus or Paragonia, the Dionia had shown a terrible defensive ability. The Carthage army with many cavalry, especially the Iberian army, had given up their expertise in fighting in the wild and in the mountains and carried out one cruel siege after another. In fact, they had given up their strengths, and it was not worth it at all. Today's fire had made him make up his mind. You mean retreat to the west of Sicily? Pamilka then came back to his senses and looked surprised. He just suggested to stop the attack, but he did not think of completely giving up the achievements of the past few months. There's nothing we can do about it. Margot did not hide the hatred in his eyes. He slammed his fist on the table. We are deep in the east, and the transportation line is quite long. The dominance of the Sicilian Sea is still occupied by the Dionia, and the Senate has sent a new fleet to Sardinia. We can only rely on land to transport military food. You should be aware of the size of our army. The amount of rations we consume every day is naturally enormous. Now, we still have to factor in the labor of transporting rations. If not for our rations reserves and the aid from Syracuse, I'm afraid our rations would be extremely tight. Now, Dionia's fleet is intensifying its attacks on our food convoys and our empty rear. As you said, Dionia's defense is very strong. It's impossible for us to capture Catanai in a short period of time. Moreover, the main force of Dionia is about to arrive. If there's a problem with the transportation of our rations. Margot did not continue, but Pamilka could not help but shiver and fell into deep thought. Margot continued to nibble on the leg of lamb until Pamilka made up his mind and said, Since the situation is so serious, I agree with you. I will write to Lord Esiruba about the situation here. He is experienced and wise. He will definitely understand our current situation and intercede for us in the Senate, reducing the criticism of us by the other senators. However, once we retreat to the west, what will happen to Syracuse? Margot sneered and said disdainfully, Syracuse wants to be an ally of Carthage. That's just wishful thinking on their part. The noble Carthage will never be friends with these cunning and shameless Syracuse people. They think I don't know that for such a long time they did not move in tawnies and did not pose any threat to the Dionia allies at all. Are they fighting against Dionia? The casualties of Carthage's merchant ships in the past 10 days due to the storm at sea is more than the number of people who died in the battle at Tanis. Since Syracuse wants to take advantage of our battle with Dionia to preserve their strength and reap more benefits. They're only fit to be used by us to hold back the reinforcements of Dionia, preventing them from advancing westward at full force. Pamilka looked at the resentful expression on Margot's face and suddenly remembered that Margot and his cousin Hamilco had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Syracuse more than 10 years ago. It seemed that Pamilka had been brooding over this, so it was not surprising that he had such an attitude. Moreover, the actions of Syracuse during this period had indeed displeased Pamilka. Therefore, he did not want to persuade Margot to fulfill the covenant. He only reminded him, without our support, Syracuse will likely choose to surrender when facing the attack of the Dionysian army alone. Surrender? Become the second Tarentum? Margot suddenly laughed. These shameless Syracuse people think that they're the masters of Sicily and are born nobler than the people of other Sicilian city-states. Will they easily surrender to Dionia? Indeed, for more than 10 years, Syracuse had been surrounded by the increasingly powerful kingdom of Dionia and its allies and friendly city-states. There were even occasional conflicts, which showed how unwilling the people were. Pamilka pondered, but Margot continued. As long as we, Carthage, maintain our strength, Syracuse will not easily surrender to Dionia. So before we retreat, we must attack Paragonia with all our strength tomorrow. Pamilka was startled and hurriedly said, the Namibian army has been attacking Paragonia for the past few days and has suffered great losses. With today's fire, if they don't rest and reorganize, I'm afraid that if we want them to immediately attack Paragonia tomorrow, let the Iberian army and the Phoenician army be in charge of the siege. Margot's sudden interruption made Pamilka choke. The more than 10,000 Iberian troops who followed Margot to the Catania plain were very strong. But these days they had been guarding against the reinforcements of Catani's Dionia and Leontini's barracks to Paragonia. They had not participated in the siege battle, but only fought a few battles with the enemies from the north. The losses were very small, and they could be said to be a fresh army. In order to capture Paragonia, Margot was finally willing to send his own troops to the battlefield, and with the cooperation of the Phoenician army, who was not weak in combat. Pamilka criticized in his heart, but continued to say, who will defend the enemies from the two directions of Catani and Leontini? Relying on these troops who have suffered a lot of losses and low morale after many sieges? Margot heard a hint of blame in Pamilka's words. He sneered. Although their siege is blocked, they can still defend. After all, the number of soldiers is greater than the enemy. Haven't the young officers sent by the Senate been clamoring to lead the troops to the battlefield? I will give them a chance. Pamilka was shocked and was about to dissuade him when Margot suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, I have sent a messenger to Aegilian to inform Hasdrubal to come here early tomorrow morning with the army. If the enemy of Catani really dares to attack, we can take advantage of the victory. Speaking of this, Margot looked straight at Pamilka. Even if we have to retreat, we must let the soldiers understand that there is nothing in Sicily or the Western Mediterranean that can stop their attack. Therefore, Paragonia must be destroyed. Bang! Margot slammed his fist on the table. Adjutant Tagger hurried into the hall. Commander, I have just received a report from a cavalry scout. Brelu led 4,000 soldiers to Paragonia. What? Leotychides, who had always been expressionless, could not keep calm at the moment. He said angrily, didn't I already order him to stay in the camp and not to lead the army to attack? How dare he violate the military order? Damn it! After all, Tagru was a broody man, and Brelu was also a broody general whom he respected. He could not help but want to defend Brelu. Maybe it is because Carthage did not rest after the fire at Paragonia and launched a fierce attack on Paragonia today. Brelu is probably worried that Paragonia will be difficult to defend, so he sent troops to disturb the Carthage people and make them not dare to attack the city with all their strength. Although he led few soldiers, he led several attacks these days and was able to return safely. I believe there will be no problem this time. Stupid. Leotychides said coldly. In the past, Carthage's cavalry was stationed in the south, and it was difficult for our cavalry scouts to find out the situation at Paragonia. But this time, we can easily get it. What does this mean? Moreover, because we burned the weeds on the Catania plains, Carthage's cavalry has been less deep into the hinterland of the plains. Today, a large number of Carthage's cavalry ran to the west of Catania, cutting off our communication with Hina, and we can't find out the enemy's movements in Aegilian. What does this mean? With Leotychides' hint, Tagru thought for a moment and was immediately shocked. This is a trap? Brelu is in danger. Commander, you should lead troops to save them. Leotychides' face was livid and he did not respond. 2 days later, in the same hall, Leotychides, Tagru, and a few others were no longer there. Amintas, Matones, Azu, Olivers, Choras, Brelu, and Leotychides, the 3 cavalry commanders, Leds, Cusius, and Asidames, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Cyprian, the commander of the mountain scouts, Izamu, the 2 advisors, Tormid and Printos, and the governor of Sicily, Cypros. The hall was packed to the brim. In the middle of the shining star sat the king of Dionia, Devers. Chapter 948. In the past, even in an important military conference like this, the atmosphere would still be lively to ensure that everyone could express their opinions without restraint. But today, the atmosphere of the conference was quite solemn, and even the coughing was suppressed as much as possible. Only Breru's voice echoed clearly in the hall. The commander in his 50s was standing in the middle of the hall, his head lowered in dejection, and his face expressionless as he recounted the battle 2 days ago. Breru led 4,000 soldiers to reinforce Paragonia. Although they initially defeated the enemies who tried to stop them, it did not take long for them to be surrounded by the Iberian army that rushed over from Aegilian. He urgently arranged the army into a circular formation and tenaciously defended. The battle lasted for more than 40 minutes, and when it seemed that they could not hold on any longer, Leotychides arrived with 10,000 soldiers. But they were soon surrounded by Carthage's army. After fighting for a while, Carthage's attack on them suddenly weakened. Later, they found out that it was because their ally, Leotychides, had also sent 4,000 reinforcements. Taking advantage of the fact that Carthage's defensive troops were attracted to the north to fight the Dionia reinforcements, they quickly attacked Carthage's siege troops from the east. Carthage, who received the news, hurriedly sent troops to intercept them, thus giving the Dionysian army a chance to breathe, allowing them to persevere in the battle until evening. Cypros saw that the troops that went out of the city had not returned for a long time, and he decisively ordered the defending general to follow the plan that Leotychides had prepared for contingencies. He led the second wave of 6,000 reinforcements formed by most of the remaining troops in Catani and the new barracks to rush to the battlefield and attack the Iberian army, causing a certain amount of chaos. Leotychides took the opportunity to issue an order to break out of the encirclement. Due to the darkness, the power of the Carthage cavalry was greatly reduced, allowing the Dionysian army to finally retreat to Catani. After listening to Bream's account, Devers's face was still solemn. He turned to Leotychides beside him and asked, "Is what he said true?" As the commander of a theater of operations, his rank was higher than that of a legion commander. Therefore, Leotychides, the junior high-ranking general of Dionia, sat at the head of the table with Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and Sicilian, the commander of the Sicilian fleet. Facing the strange gazes of the other generals, his expression did not change. He answered indifferently, "True." Devers then asked, "How many casualties were there?" Leotychides thought for a moment and said, "As of yesterday, a total of about 6,000 soldiers have not returned." Everyone's heart trembled. Devers sighed. 6,000 people. Perhaps more than half of them were only injured, but because of your defeat, they became Carthage's captives. At this point, he looked at Breru with a sharp gaze. "Tell me, why did you disobey orders and lead the army out on your own?" Breru moved his lips, but did not answer in the end. Devers stared at him for a while without blinking. His right hand began to tap on the back of the chair. He said coldly, "As a legion commander, You may have thought that it was necessary to rescue the legionnaires who were alone in the city of Paragonia. Perhaps the previous few attacks were relatively smooth, so you were confident that you would succeed this time too. Therefore, you ignored the orders of your superiors, ignored the abnormal changes on the battlefield, and rashly led the army out on your own. Not only did you put the 7th Legion in a dangerous situation, but you also forced Persosus to lead the army out to rescue you. Because as a new commander, if he did not move and let you and the soldiers of the 7th Legion die on the battlefield, even if he had a reason, it would be a stain on his military career. Not only would it make his colleagues unhappy, he would also have to endure the abuse of the citizens, and I'm afraid that he would not be able to stand in the army in the future. Hearing this, Leotychides was a little touched. Not only did the king of Devers fully understand his situation at that time, but he also explained to the generals on his behalf why he had to take the risk of leaving the city to rescue Breru, because these were things that Leotychides could not say directly. Fortunately, Persosus responded appropriately, and the army was eventually able to retreat back to the city. But the disappearance of 6,000 people and the burning of the new barracks, this is still a considerable loss. Devers tapped on the back of the chair harder and harder. He had originally led the army to Sicily with great ambitions, but he did not expect to receive this bad news as soon as he landed. It was as if a can of cold water had been poured on his head, and every time he thought about it, he would be angry and unable to calm down. Tormid, according to the military law, disobeying military orders and causing heavy losses, what punishment should be given? Devers suddenly asked loudly. Tormid's heart tightened. He looked at Breru, who had his head lowered, and said hesitantly, According to the military law of Dionia, disobeying military orders and causing defeat in battle, a light punishment will be dismissal, and a heavy punishment will be death. Amyntas, Metones, and the other generals broke out in cold sweat for Breru. Although he was a Brudi, he had been leading the army for more than a decade, and with his honest and hospitable nature, he got along well with these mercenary elders, be it in the army or in the Senate. Then first dismiss Breru from his position as the commander of the 7th Legion. A more detailed punishment will have to wait until after the war is over, and the Ministry of Military Affairs will make a ruling based on the losses caused in this war. Although Devers's tone was cold, Tormid heaved a sigh of relief. Devers chose the lightest punishment. Although he wanted the Ministry of Military Affairs to make a detailed ruling and punishment after the war, how could the Ministry of Military Affairs dare to make a harsher ruling on a Senate elder, a representative of the Brudi? Therefore, Devers raised his club high and hit Breru lightly. However, to Amyntas, Metones, and the other commanders, being stripped of their positions was undoubtedly the greatest punishment. Therefore, they felt sorry for Breru, but no one dared to defend him when Devers was furious. Breru, do you accept this punishment? Devers asked coldly. I accept. Breru raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, But I beg your majesty to allow me to continue to participate in the war against the Carthage as a soldier. Hearing his answer, Devers's expression softened a little. Forget about being a soldier. The 7th Legion needs a new commander. You can temporarily be the 2nd adjutant of the 7th Legion and help the new commander to better command the 7th Legion. Are you willing? Although Breru was a little disappointed to be demoted from a commander to a 2nd adjutant with no real power, to be able to continue fighting with the soldiers of the 7th Legion was already an extravagant hope for him now. Therefore, he immediately replied, I am willing. Before the new commander arrives, you will temporarily act as the acting commander of the 7th Legion, so you can return to your seat and continue to participate in today's meeting. Yes, your majesty. As Breru returned to his seat, everyone gave him comforting looks. He nodded in acknowledgement, but he did not feel regret in his heart. In addition to the 2 reasons given by the king, there was another important reason why he disobeyed orders and fought without permission. Back then, when the Battle of the Ramata River failed, in order to cover the retreat of the soldiers, Legio IV's commander, Dracos, led the 1st Brigade to stop the pursuers. In the end, they were surrounded by the enemy, and they were either killed or captured. Dracos also died in humiliation under the city, and Breru was lucky enough to be rescued in the end. But over the past 10 years, the scene of despair when they were surrounded by the enemy appeared in his dreams countless times. Countless times he thought, if there were reinforcements at that time, Sir Dracos and the 1st Brigade would not. This became a knot in his heart. Therefore, when the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion under his command was trapped in the city of Paragonia and faced a desperate situation, no matter how dangerous it was, he would never let himself stand by and watch. At this moment, the Devers did not care about what Breru was thinking. He looked around at the crowd with a serious expression and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, in the upcoming war between us and Carthage, the winner will become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean, gaining vast lands and more wealth, while the loser will not only be greatly weakened, but may even face annihilation. Therefore, whether it is Carthage or us, Dionia, we have to go all out. This will be a long and costly war. Whether it is us or Carthage, the number of people involved in the war will exceed 100,000. 100,000 people. This was not just a huge number. It meant that the scale of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the consumption of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the difficulty of controlling the army would increase. It meant that the difficulty of commanding the army would increase. Therefore, in order to ensure the final victory of the kingdom, to avoid the prolongation of the war, and to increase the burden on the kingdom and the people, I request that everyone hear." The Devers' sharp gaze swept across the faces of the generals with distinctive personalities, such as Amyntas and Martones, and he suddenly raised his voice. "During the military conference, we can discuss, but once a decision is made, even if there are objections, we must execute it meticulously. Only in this way can we ensure the smooth operation of the entire army. If anyone disobeys orders, or does not do their best to execute orders, I can guarantee that the punishment they will receive will be heavier than Breru's." The last sentence of the Devers that was filled with murderous intent made everyone's heart tighten. Even the arrogant Amyntas subconsciously did not dare to make eye contact with the Devers at this moment. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. The Devers touched his chin and said in a gentle tone, "Tormid, send a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and immediately summon Xaniparis to Cadenai as the commander of the 7th Legion. He has worked hard to establish the Lucania Reserve Legion and previously defeated the Simonians in Campania. He has made brilliant achievements. It is time to give him an official appointment. At the same time, let the Ministry of Military Affairs inform the Lockley Barracks to organize reserve soldiers to Cadenai as soon as possible to replenish the number of people in the 7th Legion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 949. Breru clenched his fists with a slightly gloomy expression. "Everyone," the Devers looked around and said with a serious expression, "when we were fighting in Rome, the Carthage army pretended to besiege Selinus with a large number of troops, but secretly defeated the Sicir army with a strategy. They led their elite troops to invade the defenseless rear and easily occupied Agrigento, forcing the Persosus army to retreat. After that, they attacked Gera. With roughly the same number of soldiers, they defeated our Sicilian coalition in a head-on battle. After that, although they went through many bitter battles, they finally conquered the city of Paragonia that we had painstakingly built and retreated to the west in time before our main army arrived. From the performance of the Carthage army during this period of time, it is a strong and resilient army. Their commander, Margot, is not only decisive and ruthless, but he also does not lack intelligence. Therefore, they will be a strong opponent for us." Amyntas, Matones, Lizaru, and the other high-ranking generals heard this, and their expressions were also solemn, but their eyes were bursting with fighting spirit. The Devers saw this and felt gratified. He said loudly again, "However, the Carthage army has gone through many bitter battles. Not only are their soldiers tired, but they have also suffered many casualties. They have chosen to retreat to the west to rest and reorganize their troops. They want to reduce the difficulty of food supply, build more defensive facilities, and even take down Selinus. They want to be fully prepared to deal with our upcoming counterattack. However, we will not give them enough time to prepare. So, I have decided that all the troops will only rest in Kadnai for a day and march to the west the day after tomorrow. The generals heard this and immediately became spirited. Isam, the Devers looked at the mountain reconnaissance captain and ordered, after the end of the meeting, send your men to the south coast and into the central mountains to investigate the movements of the Carthage army and the situation of the Saikir tribe that betrayed us. Report to me at any time. Yes, your majesty. Lizaru and Epitenes. The Devers continued to order. The day after tomorrow morning, both of you will lead the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army to the west into the central mountains and take back Enna, take back Kapharoitian, reconquer the Saikir tribe that rebelled against us, then wait for an opportunity to threaten the Secan people in the west and the flanks of Carthage's army. Wait for my next order. The Devers looked at the two of them, paused, and said, Lizaru will be in charge of commanding the army, and Epicthenes will be assisting him. Any objections? Epiphanes shrugged. I have no objections. I will follow Lizaru's orders. It was not a lie that Epiphanes agreed so readily. It was because he did not have a strong desire for power. Otherwise, he would not have taken on any administrative duties other than attending Senate meetings after leaving his position as Legion commander. Instead, he had gained a reputation of being fond of handsome men in Turii. Moreover, the smart Epiphanes understood that the Devers' decision was not because he was biased, but because it was reasonable. After all, the Legio III was a regular army, and he was only the temporary commander of the reserve army. Of course, only Lizaru, the commander of the Legio III, could be the commander. Besides, most of the soldiers in these two armies were Lacanians, and they were more willing to follow the command of Lizu, who was also a Lacanian. Your Majesty, Lizaru was not happy about the appointment. Instead, he said, I have a request. Speak. Lizaru said seriously, the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army are indeed good at fighting in the mountains, but the biggest problem in fighting in the mountains is the terrain. If the soldiers are not familiar with the terrain, they will easily fail no matter how elite they are. So, I hope that your Majesty can send us some Saikir people as guides. The Devers smiled. You and I have the same idea, but I will not only send you a few guides. As he spoke, he turned to Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and said, I heard that when the Carthaginian army invaded our territory, the governor of Hina, Creu, performed outstandingly and successfully defended against the Carthaginians. Yes, your Majesty. Creu led the Hina garrison to repel the attacks of Carthage's army several times and defended our territory. According to preliminary estimates, at least 2,000 enemies were killed, Cypros said honestly. After the meeting, I hope that you can appoint a Hina governor adjutant to take over his position temporarily. I need him to organize a Saikir army under Lizaru's command and attack the west together. I understand. I will arrange it immediately when I get back, Cypros replied. The Devers smiled and asked, Lizaru, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Lizaru originally only wanted a few guides, but he did not expect the Devers to give him an army. He could not hide the joy on his face and quickly said, This is great. Thank you, your Majesty. Amyntas and Metones looked at him enviously. 2 legions and a Saikir army. Lizaru must have more than 20,000 soldiers under his command. The Devers continued, The day after tomorrow, I will lead the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, 6th Legion, Rome Reserve Brigade, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions to the west along the south coast. Our final destination is Serenus. As for the 7th Legion and 8th Legion, the Devers looked at the commander of Sicily who was not far from him and said, Prosos will be in command. Your mission is to lead these 2 legions, as well as the allied armies of Leontini and Tanis, as well as the allied armies of Agrigento, Gela, Minoa, and other allied armies to attack Syracuse. This would also be an army of more than 20,000 soldiers. When the generals looked at this rising star of the army with complicated gazes, Leotychides maintained his poker face and only said softly, Yes. Even the Devers could not help but look at him again. He then turned to the commander of the Sicilian fleet on his right and said, "Sicilian, it's the Navy's turn last," Sicilian said excitedly with a hint of complaint in his voice. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Perhaps in the Dionysian army, Sicilian was the only one who dared to speak to the king of Devers in such a tone. The Devers did not mind and said, "It's precisely because the Navy's mission is the most important that we put it last. Let me ask you, how many warships are left in the Sicilian fleet?" "There are 70 warships that can actually fight. Among them, 23 are Raven warships, 19 are fast warships, and the rest are captured Carthage's three-tiered or warships," Sicilian answered seriously. The three fleets that fought against Carthage only had these few warships left, and 2 high-ranking Navy generals had died in battle. It seemed that the Navy had suffered the greatest loss in the war against Carthage, and had also exhausted the nation's resources the most. The Devers sighed in his heart, but maintained his composure and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Within a month, the newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet. This will increase the number of warships under your command to at least 300. Sicilian was not surprised by this news. In fact, ever since he returned, he had been paying attention to the construction of warships in the kingdom. Also, it's not just this month. The newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet one after another until the war ends." The Devers' next words finally made Sicilian smile. However, the Devers' expression became even more solemn, and his voice became even more powerful. "However, as the Sicilian fleet becomes stronger, you will have to shoulder more responsibilities. You have to actively cooperate with the land forces and continue to harass Western Sicily. Continue to defeat Carthage's new fleet. After completely controlling the entire Sea of Sicily, he would further obtain the dominance of the sea between Carthage and Sicily. He would cut off Carthage's material transportation route to the west of Sicily, and he might even be able to threaten Carthage's territory in the future. This is my request for the Sicilian fleet. Can you do it?" Sicilian felt a sense of pressure at first, but then he became excited and said loudly, "Your Majesty, even if you add another request for the Sicilian fleet to independently attack the affiliated towns of Carthage or the towns of its allies, the Sicilian fleet will definitely be able to do it." Some of the generals present were displeased. What did Sicilian mean by this? Did he want the Navy to take away all the work of the army? The Devers very much admired Sicilian's confidence. He nodded and continued, "This time, I will lead the army to the west. You will also lead the fleet to escort the ships carrying supplies along the south coast and accompany the land forces to ensure the absolute safety of the ships when they dock, unload supplies, build camps, and so on." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sicilian replied straightforwardly. The Devers then turned to look at Cypros on his left and said seriously, "You will be very busy as the governor of Sicily. The number of soldiers participating in this war is unprecedentedly large, which means that the consumption of rations and supplies is equally shocking. Whether they can be collected and transported well, you will need to build an efficient team to ensure the supply of the army in a timely and rapid manner. This is my responsibility as the governor of Sicily. Previously, when Commander Prosos was fighting at the front, I led the officers in Catanai to ensure the supply of rations and supplies to the army under his jurisdiction. I have accumulated a lot of experience, and I believe that this time we will be able to successfully complete the task," Cypros said confidently, "and I will maintain close contact with the Senate to ensure that the rations and supplies from all over the kingdom will be delivered to Port Catanai in a timely manner." Chapter 950. The Devers had no doubt about Cypros's ability, so he only gave him a brief reminder before he shifted his gaze to the front and said in a heavy tone, "Everyone, before we march towards Carthage's army, we and all the soldiers who are about to fight against the enemy have an important thing to do. Go to Paragonia and pay our respects to all the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion and the 2 reserve brigades of Catanai who defended the city tenaciously and finally died heroically in battle." After the military conference, the Devers stayed behind to express their sincere gratitude to Cypros and Leotychides, thanking them for shouldering the heavy responsibility of defense alone when the main forces of Ionia were unable to reinforce Sicily. Not only did they successfully resist the invasion of Carthage's army, they ensured the integrity of the territory of Sicily, but they also dealt a heavy blow to Carthage's army, which greatly exceeded the Devers' expectations. In the face of the Devers' generous praise, Cypros was very humble. Lord Prosus contributed the most to Sicily being able to hold on until your majesty arrived. If not for his decisive attack, defeating Carthage's army in Minoa, capturing Selinus, and disrupting the entire western region, Leotychides interrupted. If not for Lord Cypros's full support and guarantee, I would not have dared to lead the army to attack, especially when Carthage's army invaded the Catanae plains. It was all because of Lord Cypros's understanding and reassurance of the people in the city that I was able to defend Catanae. Until today, the Devers looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "Everyone says that Prosus is difficult to approach and not easy to deal with, but I see that both of you are working very well together." Cypros looked at Leotychides and defended him. "Your Majesty, everyone may have misunderstood. Lord Prosus is not sociable because he devotes all his energy to military research." "Of course I know that." Devers smiled, then took the opportunity to change the topic to the upcoming battle. "What do you guys think about attacking Syracuse?" After staying in Catanae for so many years, Leotychides had, of course, pondered over how to attack this neighbor that had many disputes with Catanae in his spare time. He even disguised himself and went south several times to secretly investigate the city defense of Syracuse. After receiving the appointment from the Devers, he had a preliminary plan of attack in his mind. Therefore, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, according to previous intelligence, Syracuse can organize at least 20,000 soldiers. If it is to defend the city, the number of soldiers will only be more. However, the citizens of Syracuse lack sufficient military training. Moreover, they have not experienced any major battles in the past 10 years, so they lack sufficient combat experience. They definitely do not dare to leave the city to fight us. They only know how to defend the city. Although the walls of Syracuse are tall and sturdy, I am confident that I can take them down." At this point, Leotychides turned around and yelled at Tagru, who was waiting outside the door, "Bring me the defensive map of Syracuse from my room." Leotychides suddenly yelled in front of the Devers. This behavior was extremely rude, but the Devers did not mind. He even stopped Henoborus from reprimanding him and listened attentively to the young commander who was already immersed in his thoughts. "As your Majesty will lead the army to the west to fight against the Carthage, the east is temporarily free from the threat of the Carthage. Moreover, it is currently the slack season. We can gather more people from Naxos, Sicily, Catanae, Leontini, Taunis, Sycere, and even Agrigento and Gela, who have fled to join the siege of Syracuse." While Leotychides was talking incessantly about his ideas, Tagru had already brought over the wooden map. He immediately placed it on the table and pointed at it, saying, "Your Majesty, please take a look. Syracuse is a large city with a large area. Its walls are not short either, but more than half of them are built on the coast and hills. There are two main sections that are suitable for an army to attack the city. The first section is the eastern wall, mainly the section near Herxagate near Taunis. This section is about a mile long. The other section is the western wall, from Pussa Gate south to the main port of Syracuse. This section is about 4 miles long. My plan to attack the city is the main force formed by the 7th and 8th Corps will set up camp here." Leotychides pointed at the flat area between the west of Syracuse and the Aropus River on the map. "But there is the Luxami swamp nearby. It is very easy for the soldiers to be infected with the plague." Cypros, who was also looking at the map, had a change in expression. He loudly reminded, "You must know that Carthage's army had attacked Syracuse twice in the past, but they were all tormented by the plague and eventually suffered a crushing defeat. Of course I know the dangers of the Luxami swamp." Leotychides explained confidently, "It is almost November now. The weather is starting to turn cold, and the number of mosquitoes has decreased. Moreover, the citizens of Syracuse have been constantly developing the swamp, and its area is much smaller than it was 10 years ago. Moreover, our soldiers have been specially trained to deal with such harsh terrain in their daily military training. I think it will not cause any problems for the army to set up camp. Upon hearing this, Devers recalled the battle report he had received from Samnites when he was in Rome. Alexis led the army into the mountains and also set up camp near the swamp. There were no major problems. So, he agreed and said, as long as you are fully prepared, I think it should not be a problem for the army to set up camp here. Continue. Another army made up of some of the reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory. The soldiers from our allies will be stationed near Tanis. According to the treaty, the commander of such a mixed army must be a general of Dionia, and the high-ranking generals have basically all been appointed. In order to ensure that the attack on the east of Syracuse can be carried out smoothly, I think. Leotychides hesitated for a moment, which was rare for him. Can Breru temporarily take up this position? Both Devers and Cypros were shocked when they heard this. Devers looked at him with interest. They all say that Prosos is cold, but I didn't expect him to be so compassionate. He wants to use this opportunity to let Breru perform a meritorious deed and reduce the public's criticism of him, so that he can reduce his punishment after the war ends. Being stared at by divers, Leotychides felt slightly unnatural. The reason why he made this suggestion was partly because of the upcoming battle, but more importantly, it was to make up for the guilt in his heart. Because in this military conference, he suddenly realized that under the pressure of the Carthaginian army, no matter who was in Breru's position, they would face the same predicament. Breru led the 7th Legion to help, and it just so happened that he took the brunt of the problem for him. Devers coughed dryly. I can understand your feelings of wanting to help Breru, but if we let him lead the army, it will confuse everyone, and the previous punishment will be meaningless. So, I cannot agree to it. The commander of the army on the east can be Xanaparis. He led a mixed army to conquer the towns of Samnites and Campania, and should have some experience in this. During the attack on Syracuse, you will temporarily take his place as the commander of the 7th Legion. Yes, your majesty. Leotychides' expression did not change. I heard that when your majesty led the army to Catanai, there was a team of a few hundred engineers and skilled craftsmen. I hope that your majesty can let this team assist us in building various siege weapons to reduce the difficulty of the siege and thus put more pressure on Syracuse. Of course, that's not a problem. Devers nodded in agreement, and then asked, your attack will be focused on these 2 sections of the wall, but I'm afraid you won't neglect the other sections of Syracuse's walls, right? As expected of a general who had won every battle, his senses were sharp. Leotychides thought for a moment and said, apart from the wall on the coast, the other sections of the wall are built on high ground, making it more difficult to attack. However, I'll also send soldiers to attack, distract Syracuse's forces, and confuse them. On the map, the east and west sections of Syracuse's walls were along the edge of Epal Highlands, extending diagonally to the north and finally converging, looking like a pointed hat. Leotychides pointed at the point where the walls converged and said in a deep voice, it said that when Athens besieged Syracuse, the people of Syracuse realized that they must not let the enemy occupy the highest point of the city, Epal Highlands. Therefore, after Dionysius became the Overlord, he mobilized the people of Syracuse to surround the entire Epal Highlands with walls, making it a part of the city. The highest point of the city is the west side of the Euryalus Peak. Dionysius called this place the key to Epal and Syracuse, which was why he built a fortress here. However, Epal was sparsely populated, and this place was even more uninhabited because it was 5 to 6 miles away from the main city of Syracuse, making transportation inconvenient. Although Dionysius believed that its location was important, no enemy had attacked this place all these years, and the people of Syracuse didn't seem to care about it. I've investigated this place a few times, and the walls on the west side of Euryalus Peak have been in disrepair for many years. The number of sentries on the walls never exceeded 10, and most of them stayed in the fortress, rarely patrolling the entire section of the wall. It seems like they're very confident in the defense of this area. However, the west side of the Euryalus Peak isn't more than 200 meters high, and it's not difficult to climb. Chapter 9:51. So, you plan to have the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade attack this section of the wall and open up a gap in the defense of Syracuse. Devers suddenly interrupted. Yes, Your Majesty. I hope that you can let Izum lead a portion of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to assist us in attacking the city. Leotychides took over the conversation and made a request. It seems that after the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade's numerous military achievements in the Latin region, they're going to make a name for themselves in Sicily. I agree to have 500 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade temporarily listen to your orders during the attack on Syracuse. Devers readily nodded in agreement, because he felt that Leotychides' battle plan was feasible. He also reminded, Syracuse is a large city. Even if the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade occupies the fort on the west side of Euryalus, you just said that this area is narrow and difficult to pass through. It is also remote. When the people of Syracuse receive the news, they can also use their sufficient manpower to seal off this narrow area and recapture it again. Therefore, you need to repeatedly think and deduce how to make use of this opportunity to achieve victory and ultimately occupy the entire city. You need to repeatedly think and deduce carefully to perfect your plan. Leotychides listened and fell in a deep thought. Is there anything else that I can help with? Devers asked again in a serious manner. Leotychides shook his head at first, then suddenly thought of something and said, Your Majesty, I am very worried that when we break through the city of Syracuse, the Greek Cuses will firmly defend Ortygia Island. Ortygia Island is easy to defend and difficult to attack. I am afraid that it will not be able to be conquered in a short period of time. Ortygia Island. Devers subconsciously touched his chin. He vaguely remembered that in the history of his previous life, the people of Rome were obstructed by Ortygia Island. It took them a few years to finally completely conquer the city of Syracuse. Archimedes played a big role in this. He waved his hand and said, If this really happens, there is no need to forcefully attack Ortygia Island and besiege it. In fact, it was also relatively easy to besiege. As long as a wall was built on the isthmus, it could be isolated. By occupying the main city of Syracuse and its port, we have completely eliminated the potential threat that Syracuse's army and navy poses to us. By sealing off Ortygia Island for a year or two, it will eventually surrender. Your Majesty, when that time comes, I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on for a year or two with the current population and food situation on Ortygia, Cypros interrupted with a smile. By the way, Cypros, do you have any suggestions for attacking Syracuse? Devers looked at him. Cypros said unhurriedly, Your Majesty, in the past 20 years, Syracuse has truly been conquered twice, both due to internal strife, referring to the riots that occurred in the city during the Southern Italian War that overthrew the rule of Dionysius, and a few years later, the riots that occurred in the city again drove Herolas away. I was wondering if we can think of a way to attack Syracuse in this aspect. Devers' eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted, so he smiled and encouraged him. Can you tell me more specifically what you think? Your Majesty, although Syracuse's strength has recovered over the past decade or so, compared to the time when Dionysius and Herolas ruled, Syracuse today lacks a powerful political figure. During peacetime, the General Executive Committee and the Council of Councils hold power in Syracuse. During times of war, the General Executive Committee plays an important role, and this committee is made up of 20 generals. According to the information I have received, it is made up of 3 major forces. The Democrats led by Chief General Theagenes, the centrist faction made up of former comrades of Herolas and important officials during his rule, and the port commoners. They each represent the interests of a portion of the people in Syracuse. Cypros, who had been the governor of Catarni for many years, had also done a lot of research on this neighbor to the south. He laid out his thoughts that he had carefully considered. Whether it was during Dionysius's reign or during Herolas's rule, the Democrats were always suppressed and were the weakest, but it was also because of this that Theagenes was able to remain as the chief general. The centrist faction is the strongest, but the situation is also the most complicated. They are all people who have benefited greatly from Herolas's rule, but some agree with Herolus's way of ruling, and some are against it, even inciting rebellions. This includes former close friends of Herolus, so they often fail to reach a consensus in the council. The port commoners, on the other hand, Cypros paused for a moment before continuing. It was with our help that they united and formed a powerful force that played an important role in the later stages of the Southern War. But as an independent political force, they were naturally ostracized by the traditional forces in Syracuse. From the composition of the General Executive Committee, it can be seen that the port commoners have never elected more than 3 generals, which is not commensurate with their strength. Over the past 2 years, there have been some changes. Originally, the people of Syracuse elected Theagenes as the chief general to maintain the political stability of Syracuse, but they underestimated Theagenes' ability to stir up trouble. On one hand, he took advantage of the fact that the people of Syracuse despised the port commoners to win over the middle faction and ostracize the port commoners. Not only did he reduce the number of generals elected by the port commoners to only 1, he also had people propose and pass several bills in the council that were unfavorable to the port commoners. Some of the benefits originally given to the port commoners in Herolus were retaken back and given back to the citizens of the city, making his reputation in Syracuse even higher. On the other hand, he took advantage of the conflict between the middle faction to divide and win over some of the middle faction, making some of them reach an agreement with him on certain interests. So his influence in the General Executive Committee and the council grew, and he was even able to convince them to form an alliance between Syracuse and Carthage and declare war on Dionia. Of course, Devers knew about the situation in Syracuse. He said in a light tone, "It seems that General Theagenes is very ambitious. He wants to use this war to win more reputation for himself. Maybe he wants to become the second Herolus or even the second Dionysius." This is also the tradition of Syracuse. They always walk a fine line between democracy and dictatorship. In times of peace, they choose a democratic government, but in times of crisis, there will be people who want to be a dictatorship, Cypros added. To be a dictatorship in Syracuse, one must have strong willpower and courage, and this Theagenes. Devers' lips curled up slightly. Although he is shrewd and cunning, which allowed him to achieve some of his goals, it is all petty tricks. At least, I do not see him as having the strategic vision and courage of Dionysius and Herolus. I am afraid he never thought that Carthage's army would retreat so quickly, leaving Syracuse to face our wrath alone. Your Majesty, the political scene in Syracuse is indeed divided, squeezed, and complicated. There's also a strong opposition among the people, and there's a lack of a strong person to lead and unite them. But based on the tradition of Syracuse, we do not know if the war will lead to more internal conflict or if it will lead them to unite. Cypros reminded solemnly, just because the war may lead to more unity among the people of Syracuse, should we stop attacking them? Leotychides listened for a long time and could not help but refute. As long as we have a complete battle plan and well-trained soldiers, we do not need to think too much about these things. Syracuse City will be conquered by us. Don't get worked up, Prosus. Cypros just wants to cause chaos in Syracuse, weaken their defense, and let us take over the city as soon as possible. Explained Ives, Cypros just wants to cause chaos in Syracuse, weaken their defense, and let us take over the city as soon as possible. He paused and looked at Cypros. Are you planning to rope in the civilians of Port Syracuse and destroy the friendly relationship between the Democrats and the middle parties? Your Majesty is wise, Cypros flattered, and then said, the civilians of Port Syracuse have been oppressed all these years, and there must be a lot of resentment. Most of them are poor and freedmen, and they do not cherish the glory of Syracuse in the past, and are more easily moved by benefits. We have a good relationship with them in the past, and now, as long as we give them enough promises, I believe they will make the right choice. Some of the methods that Theagenes has used against the middle parties in the past have probably caused some dissatisfaction, and now that his plan has failed, and Syracuse is being attacked by the kingdom alone, as long as your Majesty allows Xenophanes to secretly send people to incite the people in Syracuse City, There will naturally be people who will seize the opportunity to attack Tiagenes. Cypros' plan needed to rely on Xenophanes, the head of the intelligence department in Sicily, to carry it out, but the intelligence department was directly under the command of King Devers, and he had no right to command them, so he could only ask for instructions from Devers. Devers listened, thought for a moment, and said, "Both of your suggestions are good. We will use political means to break the unity of the people of Syracuse, and a military attack will successfully promote us to rope in and divide the enemy, thus speeding up the conquest of Syracuse. Therefore, I have decided that the two of you and Xenophanes will form a team to target Syracuse, and Cypros will be in charge. You will discuss a perfect plan together and coordinate with each other during the implementation until Syracuse is conquered. What do you think, Prososus?" Leotychides was a little conflicted. He did not want his military command to be interrupted, but he also knew that if this plan was successful, the time to conquer Syracuse would be greatly advanced, and he would be able to participate in the attack on Carthage's army earlier, and his wish to avenge the deaths of Paragonia's soldiers as soon as possible. He subconsciously looked at Cypros. Chapter 952. Cypros said sincerely, "Don't worry, Lord Prosoius. I will not interfere with your military command." Leotychides nodded in agreement, as he had worked well with Cypros over the past few years. The Devers smiled and encouraged them. "I hope that you can continue to cooperate with Cypros in this attack on Syracuse. Capture Syracuse as soon as possible and get rid of the hidden danger in the rear of the army. Then lead the army to the west and meet up with me." After the conversation, the Devers left Cypros alone again. Just when Cypros thought that the Devers were going to give him advice on the political plan against Syracuse, the Devers asked in a deep voice, "How are the people in the city feeling now?" "Huh?" Cypros was stunned. Since the outbreak of the war, the territory of Sicily has suffered a lot of losses, especially Catanae. Not only were their houses and fields damaged and looted, but their citizens also suffered the most casualties. They must have a lot of complaints against the kingdom, right? The Devers asked again in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Cypros had come back to his senses and understood what the Devers were worried about. He said truthfully, "Your Majesty, if the war with Carthage had broken out a few years ago, the territory of Sicily would have been in turmoil and chaos. But after the Ladysian incident, Your Majesty, you decisively dealt with a group of officials and old nobles in the territory of Sicily, readjusted the land policy, strengthened the governance of the cities in Sicily, and allowed the 8th Legion to conquer the rebellious Sycir people. The territory of Sicily has become more stable. After a few years of development, the people of Sicily have also become more loyal to the kingdom. However, even so, when the war broke out and the people learned that Carthage's army had landed in Sicily and the kingdom did not send any reinforcements, there were still some complaints, thinking that the kingdom did not pay enough attention to the place and disregarded their safety. Fortunately, Lord Perseus had dealt a heavy blow to Carthage's army in Minoa, and the Third Fleet had defeated Carthage's fleet in the north coast, giving the people some confidence in the war. But then a storm destroyed the Sicilian fleet, plunging the people of Catanae into grief, as more than 5,000 sailors from Catanae died at sea. After that, Prososus was defeated in the Battle of Gela. Carthage's army invaded the Catania plain and caused great destruction. The people were furious and lost their minds. They gathered at the city hall to protest, demanding that Prososus lead his troops out of the city and drive away the Carthage cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the plain. Fortunately, Xenophanes had his subordinates secretly guide public opinion, and the officials were also trying their best to appease them, so the situation was under control. Later, when Paragonia was burned to the ground, the people of Catanae mourned for the 2,000 Catanae citizens who died in battle. At the same time, many people realized that if it were not for Prososus defending the city, Catanae might have suffered the same tragic fate. So some people came to the city hall to apologize. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. As you arrived in Catanae a day early, most of the people in Catanae were mourning their loved ones who had died in the war and had no time to organize, so the scene that greeted you at the port was a little cold. But this does not mean that the people of Katanai have any opinions about you. As far as I know, they were very excited when they heard that you had led the army here, because it means that they can finally get rid of the threat of the Carthage people and can begin to rebuild their homes. They are also eager for you to avenge them. You must know that the people of the city hate the Carthage people very much. After listening, the Devers was silent for a while, and then asked softly, "So far, how many people of Katanai have died in the war?" Including the sailors who drowned in the 2 naval battles, about 10,000 people died. In addition, more than 2,000 people were injured and could no longer fight. The Devers sighed. For this war, the people of Katanai have sacrificed a lot. But now that the national treasury is tight, I'm afraid that we can't give enough compensation to the families of the deceased in a short time. How about this? Give me a list of the people who died in the war, and try to gather the families of the soldiers and sailors who died in the local council. I will be there to express my condolences and gratitude. Your Majesty, if you express your condolences to them personally, they will definitely feel very comforted. But Cypros looked troubled. The local council hall can only accommodate 400 people at most, and the number of the families of the dead and wounded is far more than 10,000. I'm afraid. Then let them enter the hall in batches, and I will express my condolences in batches. But in this way, Your Majesty, Cypros said worriedly. The Devers understood what he was worried about, and said firmly, "Don't worry about me. They have lost their families for the kingdom. There is nothing sadder than this. As long as they can get some comfort, it's nothing for me to be tired. I understand, Your Majesty, I will arrange it well." Cypros stood up and bowed respectfully. At noon the next day, Dionia's 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, Legio VI, 7th Legion, 8th Legion, Lucania Reserve Legion, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions, Rome Reserve Brigade, and Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade arrived in front of the city of Paragonia. Then, according to orders, the troops spread out in formation, surrounded the city, and began to enter the city carefully. A month ago, Paragonia was a new fortress with a perfect defense system, but now it had become a ruin. The traps had been cleared, the abatis had been uprooted, the trenches had been filled, and arrows, javelins, stone bullets, swords, spears, and spears could be seen on the ground from time to time. The soil under the city had even turned blood red, dried up, and the sturdy outer walls had become dilapidated. The soldiers did not need to go through the city gates to enter the city. But they had to be careful because the broken walls were still falling stones and dust from time to time. After entering the city, the soldiers were shocked. There were no houses, no streets. Everything had turned into ashes, and there was only scorched black in front of them. Max followed his comrades, carefully bypassing the piles of charred ruins, the lamenting voices of his comrades ringing in his ears. After a few days of frequent interaction and language stimulation, he could roughly understand a few Greek words such as fire and battle. Combined with the scene he saw outside the city, he was also shocked. What kind of tragic battle had happened here? Not long after, they came to the inner city wall, which was also in ruins, and the walls were also scorched black. After passing through the gap and entering the inner city, the ground changed from black to blood red again. And in the center of the inner city stood a half-collapsed tower, and on the ground around the tower, there were many crossed wooden pillars. The sharp-eyed soldiers could clearly see the bloodstains on the wooden pillars and the remnants of iron nails and ropes on both ends of the wooden pillars. A terrible picture suddenly appeared in their minds, and there was a commotion among the troops. At this moment, the Devers, dressed in military uniform, climbed to the top of the tower that had been urgently repaired, and there were more than a dozen telepathic messengers following him. The troops gradually quieted down, and the soldiers, under the command of the team officers, lined up in a more compact formation with the tower as the center. Max looked up at the tower like the other soldiers. This was the second time he saw the king of Dionia, but the situation was different from the situation at the bonfire party. At this time, the king looked majestic and solemn. "Citizens of Dionia." The Devers' voice was loud and full of energy, but he spoke slowly to ensure that the telepathic messengers could accurately help him to pass the message. The land you are standing on now was guarded by the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion and the 2 reserve brigades of Kitani a month ago. There were only 3,000 soldiers in total, and the enemy they faced was Carthage's 100,000 troops. However, these brave warriors were not afraid, and repeatedly repelled the enemy's fierce attacks, resisting the Carthage army for more than 20 days. At the most dangerous time, they even risked their lives to ignite a fire in the city, giving the Carthage army a heavy blow. In the end, because the difference in military strength was too great, Carthage used the tactic of numbers to conquer the small city. But these brave warriors fought to the end, and not a single one of them surrendered, watering this land with all their blood. Hearing these words, the soldiers subconsciously lowered their heads and stared at the reddish-brown ground. In fact, not all the defenders of Paragonia died in the battle. When the inner city was breached and Carthage rushed into the tower, the few remaining Dionia soldiers who were extremely tired and wounded chose to surrender. It was just that after Carthage's men captured them, they were cruelly tortured, and the Devers here glorified all of them. The Carthage people, the fierce and cruel Carthage people, the Devers said angrily, they actually committed heinous crimes. They actually nailed the bodies of the brave warriors to the crosses. Yes, it's the wooden stakes in front of you. When the reinforcements came to clean up the battlefield, their bodies were already too horrible to look at. The soldiers under the tower were in an uproar, and voices of indignation rose. Divers intentionally waited for a while. Then he shouted passionately, "Why did the Carthaginians, who boasted that they had the most splendid culture in the Western Mediterranean, do such evil things that even the barbarians wouldn't do? It's because our brave warriors used their flesh and blood to stop the Carthage army here for more than 20 days, destroying the Carthage people's plan to capture Catani and expel the people of the kingdom out of Sicily. It's because our brave warriors only relied on this small city to cause far more casualties than the Carthage army. It's because our brave warriors stationed here only have 3,000 people, but in the face of the attack of 100,000 people, they created such a brilliant record, which made the Carthage people panic." Chapter 953. But does the Carthage's actions allow the souls of our warriors to be desecrated? No. Their sins show the glory of our warriors. The holy souls of our warriors will go to the sacred Elysee and accompany the great Hades to tour the beautiful paradise that is like spring all year round. As for this place, Divers pointed at his feet and enunciated each word forcefully. Everything here will be preserved forever for the people of the kingdom to come and pay their respects. We will let them understand how brave our soldiers are, and also let them know how cruel our enemies are. And this tower will be torn down, and a statue will be built. The names of every warrior who died here will be engraved on it, and their names will be remembered in the history of the kingdom, so that future generations will know. There was another uproar under the tower, but this time it was the soldiers who sighed with envy. "Citizens of Dionia, soldiers of Dionia," Divers raised his voice again, waving his arms and shouting, "You have been fighting for a year. You have won in Campania, in Downey, in Latium, in the Samni Mountains, in western Sicily. Now, it is finally your turn to fight against the strongest and most ferocious Carthaginians. I hope you can avenge the warriors who died here and attack the Carthage bravely and fearlessly. You will create one glorious victory after another and become heroes in the eyes of the people. You will be enshrined in the Hall of Valhalla after your death, and your names will be eulogized by future generations. Only then can we, the Dionia, win the battle against the Carthage. We, the Dionia, will win. Victory! Victory! Victory!" Hearing the Devers' words, the soldiers were overwhelmed with emotions. They could not help but hit their shields with their short swords and shouted with passion. The roars of the tens of thousands of people were like rolling thunder, echoing through the devastated valley and even reaching Syracuse. At night, the city of Syracuse was quiet except for the flickering candlelight in one of the residences. Chief General Tiagenes sat alone in his study, not asleep. In fact, he could not sleep either. Some time ago, he stood his ground against the majority and insisted that the council pass a resolution to send troops to occupy Camelina. Then, he forced Paxenus to surrender, allowing Syracuse to expand its sphere of influence for the first time since the Southern Italian War. In a short period of time, his prestige in Syracuse soared. After that, he personally went to meet with Carthage's commander, Margo. Although Syracuse was at a disadvantage during the meeting and suffered some losses during the alliance, the Democrats still portrayed him as a political leader who did not fear any threats and fought for the interests of Syracuse. Therefore, when he returned to the city after the meeting, he was warmly welcomed by the people and was in the limelight for a while. According to the new alliance with Carthage, Syracuse had to attack Taunus. However, under Tiagenes' instructions, Syracuse's army played a trick. They only assumed an offensive stance and did not carry out the alliance seriously. However, what happened next was beyond Tiagenes' expectations. He originally thought that with Carthage's large army, which was not weak in combat, they were able to defeat the Dionysian army in the Battle of Gela. They should be able to sweep through Dionia's territory in Sicily. However, although Carthage's cavalry ravaged the Catania plains and Carthage's infantry broke through Aegilian, the main force of Carthage's main force attacked a small Dionia village several times, but failed. They were blocked for more than 20 days, which made Tiagenes doubt the combat power of Carthage's army. Fortunately, Paragonia was finally conquered. When Tiagenes received the news, he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue watching the battle from the sidelines. However, he suddenly received news that Carthage's army had begun to retreat south. Tiagenes was shocked. He hurriedly climbed out of the messenger's tent and rushed to ask about it. He was told that Carthage's people had received accurate news that the main force of Dionia had conquered Rome, their enemy in north. They were on their way to reinforce Sicily. Carthage's army had to return to the west of Sicily and prepare for war. When a messenger brought the news back to Syracuse, the whole council was in an uproar. During Dionysius's reign, Syracuse had a close relationship with the Campanian alliance in Italy, so they had some understanding of the situation in north-central Italy. However, after the Southern Italian War, the Campanian alliance and Dionia formed an alliance. Their contacts with Syracuse sharply decreased, and Syracuse's trade with north-central Italy became even less. Especially after Dionia launched the war against Rome, the Third Fleet deliberately blocked the shipping routes along the south coast of Italy. Unlike Carthage, Syracuse did not own Sardinia and Corsica. They received the news that Dionia's army had landed in Latin from Carthage's messenger. However, the people of Syracuse knew that Rome was a powerful state in central Italy and had many allies. Its position there was similar to that of Syracuse in Sicily 10 years ago. Moreover, the people of Dionia were fighting far away from their homeland, so it would not be easy for them to conquer Rome. It was bound to be a long war. Some people even hoped that the people of Dionia would suffer a crushing defeat in the region of Latin. This was one of the main reasons why they later agreed to form an alliance with Carthage and attack Dionia. However, there was suddenly news that the Dionians had conquered Rome, and their main forces were about to reinforce Sicily. The counselors of Syracuse felt as though they had suffered a heavy blow and were in a panic. If the Carthaginian army retreated to the west, Syracuse would have to bear the wrath of the Dionian army alone. Tiagenes had to personally persuade Carthage's people. By the time he caught up with Carthage's retreating army, he had already reached Gela. No matter how much he begged, Margo did not come out to see him. Only Pamilca came out to tell him that since the upcoming battle with the main forces of Dionia would determine the fate of Carthage, the army had to retreat to the west and be fully prepared. No one could dissuade him from doing so. But at the same time, he also comforted Tiagenes. Even if Dionia's reinforcements landed in Sicily, their main target would still be us, Carthage. Syracuse's walls were thick, there was enough food, and there were many soldiers. As long as we defended with all our strength, Dionia would not be able to do anything to you. When we defeat the main forces of Dionia, we will rush to the east and meet up with you in Syracuse. By then, not only will we be able to drive Dionia out of Sicily, but we will also be able to further advance into Greater Greece. Greater Greece has always been the territory of the Greeks. By then, it would be more appropriate for us to take control of the towns and cities. At this time, Theagenes was slightly attracted by the beautiful future that Carthage had created. At the same time, he knew in his heart that there was no turning back. Now that things had come to this, he could only say that Syracuse would defend with all its strength against the coming attack of Dionia, and that Carthage's army would return to the east as soon as possible. On the way back to Syracuse, Theagenes spent his time in a dilemma between his expectations for the future and his fear of the reality. When he rushed back to Syracuse, he received a piece of bad news. Dionia's reinforcements had begun to land at the port of Catanae and the naval base of Catanae. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the Syracuse army did not completely evacuate from the camp outside Tanis city. The naval base of Catanae was only a dozen miles away from them. The sailors on the cargo ships that were transporting supplies from the camp to the port of Syracuse were surprised to see dozens of Dionia warships waiting in the north. Behind them, outside the naval base of Dionia, there were many more ships coming from the north. The fleet of Syracuse was so frightened that they quickly turned around and sailed back to the port. Upon receiving the news, the Navy of Syracuse hurriedly sent a few fast ships to investigate. The result was that the Dionia ships were either transport ships full of soldiers or cargo ships full of supplies. They kept entering and leaving the naval base of Dionia until evening. The next day, the same military operation was still going on in the waters where the naval base of Dionia was located. How many reinforcements did Dionia send? The people of Syracuse panicked when they heard the news. Theagenes, who had just returned to the city, was no exception. This was especially so when they learned that Carthage's army was determined to return to the west. Many people in the council felt as if they had lost their parents. Even the general of the port's civilian faction, Chictas, shouted, "Since Carthage has abandoned us, we don't need to abide by the treaty anymore. Let's just make peace with Dionia." Chictas's words did move a small number of people, but no one dared to take the initiative to agree. After all, the reason why Syracuse joined forces with Carthage to declare war on Dionia was to restore their former hegemony. In the end, before they actually fought with Dionia, they had already taken the initiative to make peace. Most of the councilors could not accept this, nor could the majority of the citizens of Syracuse. They debated until evening. Other than evacuate all the troops besieging Tanis as soon as possible and prepare for the defense of the city, they could not think of any other concrete and effective plan to solve the current predicament. On the third day, the council continued to discuss yesterday's topic. At noon, they received an urgent report from Scout. About 50,000 well-equipped Dionia soldiers had left the city of Catanae and were marching towards the south. The councilors panicked and immediately ordered the citizens of the city to be mobilized to face the enemy. But soon, another scout reported that the Dionysian army had turned southwest and stopped in front of the ruins of Paragonia. Chapter 954. The people of Syracuse breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were puzzled. What was Dionia up to? Not long after, another scout came to report. Dionia was holding a pledge ceremony, and their roar of revenge could even be heard by the people living at the northwestern border outside the city. The councilors immediately became nervous again. At this time, Theagenes finally made a suggestion. "Everyone, Carthage's army has breached the small city of Paragonia and killed all the Dionia soldiers in the city. Coupled with the previous invasion of the Catania plains and the wanton destruction, it will definitely enrage Dionia's reinforcements. They're the real target of Dionia's revenge. As for us, Syracuse, we were only forced to attack Dionia's ally Tanis under the threat of Carthage's army. However, we remembered our past friendship with Dionia and never attacked with full force, so Tanis is still safe and has not suffered many casualties. Now, we should thank Dionia's reinforcements for forcing Carthage's army to retreat. Without the threat of Carthage, Syracuse's safety is guaranteed, and we can restore peace with Dionia." Some of the generals and councilors were stunned. Previously, The alliance with Carthage and the declaration of war against Ionia was mainly proposed by this chief general. Now, in his words, Syracuse was the victim. This was too good at twisting the truth. But after hearing Tiagenes' reminder, more people rushed to say, yes, yes, we have never declared war against Ionia, nor have we directly attacked Ionia, so there is no question of asking for peace. The people of Ionia should thank us. It is because of our past friendship that we did not attack seriously, delaying Carthage's attack and saving Catania. Let's maintain peace with Ionia for the time being. Let Ionia and Carthage fight with all their might. When they are all injured and exhausted, it will be our chance for Syracuse. But we've occupied Camelina and taken control of Paxenus. I don't think Ionia will turn a blind eye to this, someone objected. Not attack, but protect. It is precisely because Syracuse protected Paxenus and Camelina from suffering like Gela and Agrigento. They should be grateful to Syracuse, not to mention that they are not allies of Ionia. Based on this, I don't think Ionia will have much of a reaction to this. Of course, this requires our emissary to go to Catania and lobby them. Finally, the Council of Syracuse passed a proposal that an emissary should be sent to Catania to express goodwill to Ionia and, at the same time, to ascertain the attitude of the Ionia. The last time he negotiated with Margot, Tiagenes personally came because he was confident that Carthage would not harm him. But he did not dare to be so careless with Ionia, so he recommended Sebinus, a member of the Democratic Party who was very close to him, to go to Catania. That night, while he was waiting anxiously, a servant came in and told him, Sebinus wants to see you. Tiagenes immediately rushed to the door and personally led him into the study. Where did the emissary go? How is the attitude of the Ionia towards Syracuse? Did they agree to maintain peace with us? Tiagenes looked anxious, completely different from the calm and collected him during the day. This is probably the real mentality of the chief general in the current situation. Sebinus thought in his heart, but he did not dare to slack off. He said, General, after I arrived at Catania, I did not see the king of Ionia, but I saw the former governor of Catania, Cypros, who is said to have been promoted to governor of Sicily. His attitude towards me was lukewarm, and indeed, as you expected, he did not mention anything about Camelina and Paxenus. However, in response to our request that the two sides restore friendly relations, Cypros said, let us punish Felicus, Stesicus, and Cucius, then we will talk about restoring friendly relations. Punish Felicus, Stesicus, and Cucius? Why? Although Tiagenes vaguely aware of the reason, he still asked, General, how could you forget that it was them who led the army to besiege Taunus, and Taunus is an ally of Ionia? Of course, Ionia has to stand up for it. Sebinus reminded. Back then, Tiagenes led the army to raid Camelina, then forced Paxenus to surrender, and then successfully negotiated with Carthage, thus gaining a great reputation. This made the neutral generals jealous. So in the following military operations, they, who made up the majority of the General Executive Committee, strongly requested to be the commander-in-chief of the army. On the one hand, Tiagenes did not want to fall out with the neutral generals. On the other hand, he considered that the following war would be led by Carthage, and the Syracuse army would only be a support. There was not much to be gained, so he chose to give in. Now, after listening to Sebinus, Tiagenes felt a little lucky, and, at the same time, he fell into deep thought. General, Sebinus took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, this is a good opportunity. Falcus and the others have dominated the committee for many years, causing so much trouble for you, and seriously hindering your supporters from entering the committee. Now may be a good time to solve this problem. Tiagenes looked up at him, but the Ionia did not say that after punishing Falcus and the others, they would restore their friendship with Syracuse. But they did not show any obvious malice towards us. We have to try, Sebinus continued to persuade. Tiagenes did not respond for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said hesitantly, be careful of Ionia's tricks. How about this? Tomorrow, in the council, other than telling the truth about your trip to Catania, do not say anything else. I will also inform our people in advance not to speak carelessly. Let's see how the others react, and then decide what to do." The next day, in the Syracuse Council, when Sebinus stated Dionia's request, the entire hall was in an uproar. Cookies was the first to jump out in exasperation, accusing it of being a ridiculous request. Some neutral counselors also expressed their opposition, believing that it was a humiliation to Syracuse. Of course, there were also people who suggested that it was fine for Syracuse and the other generals to suffer a little for the sake of Syracuse's interests. After all, they only needed to put on a show to satisfy Dionia. Then, Syracuse would be able to avoid Dionia's attack. A few counselors from the port's civilian faction expressed their agreement. Both sides argued endlessly. The Democrats, led by Theagenes, had been watching from the sidelines. When it was almost noon, the council suddenly received news that there was a lot of panic and movement among the people in the city. As it turned out, there was a sudden rumor among the people in the city. Tens of thousands of Dionia's army was about to attack Syracuse, and this terrible consequence was caused by Theagenes. It was his forceful request to form an alliance with Carthage and declare war on Dionia that angered the Dionia. In the end, the Carthage that he relied on retreated without trust, putting Syracuse in danger. Theagenes had to take responsibility for this, and punishing Theagenes might appease the anger of Dionia. The rumor quickly spread throughout the city, and the people gathered together to discuss it. This news shocked the Democrats, especially Theagenes. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, it would greatly affect his prestige. So he proposed to temporarily adjourn the council and send someone to appease the people first. But at this time, Phocas and the others expressed their opposition, especially Cushias, who angrily pointed out, "If we want to appease the anger of Dionia, the one who should be punished the most is Theagenes, because he is the one who caused all this." And as the chief general of Syracuse, not only did he not fulfill his duty, but he also brought disaster to Syracuse. He is no longer worthy of this sacred position. Cushias's words caused a huge uproar. The Democrats, led by Theagenes, were now even more certain that the rumor in the city was most likely created by Phocas and the others to divert the conflict and damage Theagenes' prestige. Thus, Theagenes was the first to attack Phocas and the other Democrats also began to support him. Phocas and the other neutral generals and counselors did not dare to show any weakness, and they all accused the Democrats. The originally orderly debate turned into a fierce quarrel, especially since Phocas had long been dissatisfied with Theagenes. He simply revealed all the dirty things Theagenes had done to the neutral party over the past year or so, such as recruiting, sowing discord, and bribing one by one. Theagenes also did not want to be outdone, and he accused Phocas and the other neutral parties of joining forces to ostracize him when he was the chief general, and that they had secretly threatened him to ally with them to suppress the port civilians together. The hall was filled with curses, and there was no order at all. The curses even turned into fights. Only a small number of counselors from the port civilians, led by Hictas, watched on expressionlessly. In the end, no agreement was reached, and the meeting had to be adjourned early. Not long after, what happened in the meeting spread throughout the city of Syracuse, and also affected the people in the city. Under the instigation of some people, the supporters of the neutral party began to criticize Theagenes for his hypocrisy and claimed that the council should punish him to end the war. The people who supported Theagenes had the opposite view, and a dispute arose between the two sides, which then turned into a conflict. Chapter 955. The high priest of the Temple of Apollo was very worried when he saw the unrest in the city intensifying. Although he had only been the high priest for a few years and did not have as much influence on Syracuse as the previous high priest had worked hard to resolve the differences between the various factions in Syracuse, resulting in the establishment of today's political structure and the restoration of peace and tranquility in Syracuse, hence his high prestige. He decided to learn from his predecessors and do his best to restore order to Syracuse. To this end, he took the initiative to find Theagenes and Phocas, trying his best to persuade them to stop attacking each other. Otherwise, it would only give the enemy in the north an opportunity to attack. In fact, when Theagenes and Phylacus heard about the chaos in the city, they were afraid. After all, tens of thousands of Dionia's army was watching from the north. If there was a civil war in the city of Syracuse, it would be dangerous. Coincidentally, the high priest came to mediate, and the two agreed that they were willing to reconcile for the sake of Syracuse. On the morning of the third day, the counselors of Syracuse entered the meeting hall with solemn expressions. Before the meeting began, there was a sudden news. A Dionysian army had left the city of Catanae and was marching south. There were more than 50,000 of them. The counselors immediately became nervous. Is Dionia going to attack us? When everyone was panicking, Theagenes stood up and took the initiative to express his goodwill to Phylacus. He spoke generously, reminding everyone not to be fooled by Dionia and that they should unite and defend against the coming attack. Phylacus and the other neutral counselors responded positively and began to actively discuss how to deal with the coming war. There were no more arguments in the meeting hall. In fact, it was even more harmonious than the previous meetings, as if the quarrels, insults, and conflicts yesterday had never happened. However, even though the generals were able to reach a compromise in the face of crisis and restore order in the council, it didn't mean that the ordinary people could do it easily. Moreover, they didn't know that the situation in the council had changed. Although the city hall had sent more patrols, there were still conflicts in the city, and it led to a tragedy. Several young Theagenes supporters got into an argument with a group of neutral supporters, which eventually led to a fight. They were outnumbered and beaten up. When the patrol team arrived and dispersed the crowd, they were shocked to find that a young man had been stabbed in the chest by a dagger and was lying in a pool of blood. Moreover, no one had seen clearly who had assassinated him. The patrol team didn't know how to deal with this matter, but the pro-democracy people had already arrived at the scene. When they saw the tragic scene, they were agitated and angrily demanded that the murderer be punished. When the news reached the council, the originally lively meeting hall suddenly became quiet. Both the pro-democracy and neutral parties held their own emergency discussions, discussing what measures should be taken to satisfy their supporters while ensuring that Syracuse would not become unstable under such a crisis. Just then, the scouts sent back another piece of news. The Dionia army had passed through the ruins of Paragonia and continued south. The vanguard of the cavalry might have already reached Gela. The counselors were stunned for a moment, but then they all looked happy. Some even burst into cheers. So the Dionysian army isn't going to war with Syracuse, but to attack the Carthage people. Without the dark clouds of war looming over the meeting hall, the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. At this time, Theagenes stood up and said sternly, "Since we don't know who the murderer is, the neutral supporters who participated in the fight are all guilty. They should all be arrested and put on trial." Of course, Phylacus and the others firmly opposed this, and arguments were heard in the meeting hall again. Not long after, Sabinus' speech once again intensified the conflict between the pro-democracy and neutral parties. He said, "Although the Dionia people have begun to attack the Carthage people, we, Syracuse, are still hostile to Dionia. In order to ensure that there will be no accidents in the future, and in order to let the Dionia people attack the Carthage people with all their might, it is necessary for us to temporarily restore friendly relations with Dionia. Therefore, I think that we must also fulfill the conditions given by the Dionia people." The condition given by the Dionia people was to ask the Syracuse council to punish Phylacus and the others. Suddenly, the storm that was set off in the meeting hall became bigger and bigger. Although Hichtes did not participate in it, the contents revealed by the attacks between the Democrats and the neutrals made him feel sad and indignant. He understood a lot of things that he didn't understand before. Why did some counselors who had agreed to support the Port civilians suddenly support a resolution that was unfavorable to the Port civilians at the meeting? Why did the Port civilians gradually become disunited and split? At dusk, Hichtes returned to the Port house exhausted, but was told by his family that a civilian said he had something important to discuss with him and was waiting in the hall. As a general of the Port civilians, Hichtes often met some Port civilians and even freedmen at home, listened to some of their opinions and requests, and tried his best to help them solve some difficulties. While the servants were preparing dinner, he decided to meet this person first. Seeing Hictus walk into the living room, the civilian calmly got up and saluted. Hictus saw that he looked ordinary and had no impression of him in his mind. He should have never seen him before, so he asked, "What's your name? Why are you looking for me?" A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the man's ordinary face. He said softly, "Lord Hictus, Lord Antrodorus asked me to say hello to you." Hictus's distant memories were stirred up by this sentence. His heart shook, and his turbid eyes suddenly became sharp as he looked directly at the man. The man looked at him calmly. Soon, Hictus reacted. He turned around and solemnly said to his trusted servant, "You go out first and tell the others that without my order, no one is allowed to enter here." After the servant went out, Hictus asked, "Are you a Dionysus citizen?" "Yes. My name is Artemis, a citizen of Dionia from Catanae." The man said frankly, "Dionysus citizen, how dare you?" Hictus slapped the back of the chair and shouted sternly, "Tell me, how many of you are in the city of Syracuse? Is the turmoil in the city caused by you?" The man was not frightened. Instead, he smiled and said sternly, "The civilians of the port of Syracuse haven't had a good life in the past 2 years, right? The area of land they own is shrinking, and some have even been relocated. The number of people participating in the citizens' assembly is limited, and the number of people elected to the council is limited. Even the number of people elected as generals has decreased. The civilians of the port can't unite and fight for their own interests. Instead, they're divided into several factions. They fight with each other because of the interests of unloading ships and fishing at the port. This gives the council a reason to suppress you. Hictus, if Lord Antrodorus knows the situation of the civilians of the port today, he will be very sad." Although Antrodorus no longer served in the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Dionia, he was the one who appointed the personnel to help the civilians of the port of Syracuse unite and finally launch a riot. Therefore, although Hictus and the others had never seen Antrodorus, they were not unfamiliar with the name. This was the reason why Artemis mentioned him several times. When Hictus heard these words, his face turned green and purple. He felt quite ashamed. The plight of the civilians of the port today was, of course, related to his lack of ability and poor leadership. However, he quickly came back to his senses. The person sitting in front of him was the enemy of Syracuse. His face immediately sank, and he wanted to refute. Artemis suddenly took out a papyrus scroll tied with a black rope from his arms and said in a deep voice, "Lord Antrodorus is far away in the north of the kingdom. Of course, he can't understand the terrible situation of the civilians of the port of Syracuse today. However, His Majesty the King of the Devers in Catanae has very seriously and carefully learned about the situation of Syracuse from us. He expressed unusual concern about your situation and said that he would do his best to help you. He also wrote this letter and asked me to bring it to you." As he spoke, he pushed the paper scroll in his hand forward. Hictus subconsciously took a step back and stared straight at the paper scroll. His pupils shrank sharply. This was a letter written by the most feared enemy of the generals and counselors of Syracuse, the king of Dionia. If he accepted it, he was afraid that he would be tempted. He was also afraid that once the matter was leaked, it would become evidence of him colluding with the enemy. However, if he did not accept it, he was worried that he would miss a great opportunity. The situation of the civilians of the port was indeed not good, and today's meeting was a blow to him. Hictus was very conflicted and stood rooted to the ground. Artemis, on the other hand, did not say a word and kept holding the paper scroll. The whole scene seemed to be still. After a long time, Hictus sighed softly. "I'm old." He cautiously took the paper scroll that was as light as a feather, but as heavy as 1,000 caddies with both hands. The scouts of Syracuse did not notice that while the Dionia army was marching south, there was another Dionysian army that had left the west gate of Catanae earlier and was marching northwest toward the mountains. In the afternoon, the army approached Aegilion, which was not far from the western foothills of Mount Etna. Creru, who had received the news in advance and was waiting outside the city, came up to them. "Lord Creru, sorry to keep you waiting. Lazarus and Epitenes hurriedly dismounted and apologized. Although Creru was more than 10 years younger than them, he was also a Senate elder. This time, he was specially ordered to temporarily give up administrative affairs to assist them. The two dared not be the slightest bit slow. Chapter 956. I was overjoyed when I received Sir Cypros's order at Hina. Creru said sincerely. Sir Lazarus, Sir Epitenes, you don't know how much the Carthage people have done to the Psycheer tribe. Your arrival has given us a chance to take revenge on the Carthage people. Everyone has been waiting for you to come. As Cleolu spoke, he pointed at the Sycorae soldiers following behind him. Every single one of them was gazing fervently at the Dionian marching troops, whose flags were fluttering in the wind, and whose military formations were neat and imposing. The two commanders were also sizing up the auxiliary troops that Cleru had gathered. Most of them were Sycorae light infantry who wore short-sleeved shirts and held javelins in their hands. There were also a small number of light armored soldiers who wielded leather shields and spears and wore black leather armor and leather armor. Seeing that the two legion commanders were puzzled by the attire of these light armored soldiers, Cleru explained, "They are Psycheer citizens who joined the kingdom in recent years. They are also recruited to participate in the military training at the Catanai barracks. They are also considered reserve soldiers of the Legion." "How many people do you have under you?" Lazarus asked directly. "A total of 4,700 people. Those who have become Dionius citizens are 780. 780 people. The rest are all people from different tribes," Cleru replied. Lazarus and Epitenes looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. Previously, the king of Devers had asked Cleru to gather the Psycheer people to help them in battle. However, they did not expect Cleru to gather so many soldiers. Including the full Legio III and the 16,000 Lacanian reserve soldiers, and the additional 1,000 Rome soldiers, the total number of soldiers had increased to 23,000. To them, this was already a huge number, and it filled them with confidence that they could defeat the enemies in the mountains. "Dear Legion commanders, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and let the soldiers enter the city," Cleru reminded them. "I think we should set up camp outside the city. We have 2 legions. I'm afraid this city won't be able to accommodate us." Epicthenes shook his head. He had been observing the city from afar. Although Aegilion was once the central city of the Sycorae people, the city walls were not very tall and were made of wood. It didn't seem very big either. Considering that there were still residents in the city, he made this suggestion. Unexpectedly, Breru said hatefully, "You don't know, but when Carthage and his men retreated, they forced the Cycle tribe in Aegilion city and the surrounding areas to follow them to the west. Anyone who resisted was beheaded. Aegilion is now an empty city, and there are enough empty houses to house the soldiers. No wonder these Sycorae warriors had such fervent gazes." Epictetus swept his gaze over the soldiers standing behind Cleolu once more. He felt that this was a good thing, because hatred could bring strength. In the future, these Sycorae soldiers would definitely fight with all their might against Carthage's men. "Do you know where Carthage's men have retreated to?" Lazarus was more concerned about the movements of Carthage's army. According to some of the Sycorae tribes, Carthage's men have retreated to Enna. "As for the exact situation, I've just gathered my troops and haven't done a detailed investigation," Cleolu explained. "Pick 10 Sycorae warriors from your troops who are very familiar with the terrain and have them lead our scouting team. We'll quickly find out the details of the enemy situation so that we can formulate a plan of attack as soon as possible." Lazarus immediately made this request to Cleolu. He also said to Epicthenes, "We shouldn't rely too much on Isam. He has to serve His Majesty first, and there will definitely be a delay when he relays information to us. It'll be faster if we obtain information ourselves." Epicthenes nodded in agreement and said, "Let's enter the city first. The soldiers have marched for so long, it's time for them to rest." "Enter the city," Lazarus waved behind him. The flag-bearer of Legio III, who was standing at the front of the marching column, waved the legion's flag and led the soldiers into the city gate of Aegilion. The Sycorae warriors standing on both sides of the city gate and the road welcomed them in their own way. Later, the army led by the Devers arrived at Gela. This famous Greek city on the south coast had now been burned to ruins by Carthage's men. This was Mago's idea. Even though he had led his troops to retreat, he didn't want the Daionia to take advantage of these empty cities. Not only did Gela suffer, but Iconium, Agrigento, and Minoa also suffered the same fate. Only Aegilian was an exception. This was because of the request of Acones, the leader of the Sycurutanic tribe. After all, Aegilian was the town where his father lived. He still hoped that after Carthage drove out the Daionia, he would once again make Aegilian the capital of the Sycura people. Of course, he didn't want it to be destroyed, and it wouldn't be good for his reputation among the other Sycura tribes. In order to continue to gain Acones' loyalty, Carthage agreed to his request. The Devers already knew about the destruction of Gela, but because Carthage's people retreated in a hurry, they didn't patiently destroy the city after burning it down. Therefore, the walls of Gela were still relatively intact. Yesterday, the Devers had ordered Sicilian to send 10 warships to land at Gela. The crew had carried out a thorough cleaning and simple repair of the city. Therefore, although it was already dusk when the Devers led their troops to the city, the tired soldiers didn't need to build a camp. They directly entered the city, went to their assigned areas, set up their tents, and rested. Moreover, the Devers had learned from the mountain reconnaissance brigade that there were no traces of Carthage's troops within dozens of miles. The only possible hostile city, Camalina, only had a little more than 1,000 Syracuse soldiers stationed there. It was impossible for them to pose a threat to the Dionysian army. However, the Devers still reminded the corps commanders to strictly abide by the requirements of camping in enemy-occupied areas during wartime. They had to set up the necessary defensive facilities, arrange sentries and patrols, and prevent the enemy from attacking at night. On this day, after Alexis, the commander of the Apulian Theater of Operations, had completed the defense deployment of the area she was in charge of, the 11th Legion was assigned to guard the Downey area to deter the Simonians who had just surrendered, and at the same time to prevent attacks from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The 9th Legion was responsible for the defense of Mashapi and Pacetti. She led the fully replenished and fully staffed 10th Legion and 3rd Cavalry Legion, as well as 4 reserve brigades, with a total of nearly 14,000 soldiers, and boarded a ship at the port of Tarentum, heading for Sicily. The war lasted for almost a year, and the casualties of the citizens of Daionia were not small. Even the region of Turin, with a population of nearly 30%, was greatly affected. After all, it provided the source of soldiers for the 1st and 2nd Legions, and these 2 legions happened to be the main forces of the war, so the casualties were not small. After a period of time, a batch of urns containing the ashes of the dead soldiers and the seriously wounded soldiers were transported to the port by passenger ships. At this time, the people of Turin were most afraid of being visited by the officials of the Ministry of Household Registration because it meant that their loved ones had left them. The Ministry of Military Affairs would inform the next batch of citizens to be ready to be called up at any time according to the roster. Their families were no longer filled with the hope that their loved ones would win rewards and honors as they were at the beginning of the war. Instead, they began to feel uneasy. More and more people wearing black veils began to appear in the city and outside the city. Mournful cries echoed across the plains from time to time. Every day, there was an endless stream of people going to the various temples of the Hades. Some prayed that the souls of their loved ones who died in the war could reach the Elysium safely. Some prayed that their loved ones who were still fighting could return home safely. And some prayed that the war would end as soon as possible. The priests of the Hades were also very busy. Not only did they have to solemnly place the ashes of the citizens who sacrificed their lives for the country, but they also had to comfort the grieving relatives and solemnly assure them that the Elysium was the final home of the souls of these brave soldiers. More often than not, they also had to use divination and oracles to comfort the uneasy people. Several markets in and outside the city began to show a significant decline in trade. This was mainly because the relatives of the deceased did not have a strong desire to spend for a short period of time. Of course, This was also related to the funeral culture of Dionia. Due to the strength of the Dionian navy, the sea routes were basically maintained smooth, but the downturn in the market also directly affected the prosperity of the port. The reduction in the number of merchant ships that arrived at the port directly affected the income of the people in the port, and the reduced income would affect their purchasing power, leading to a decline in consumption. This was a vicious cycle caused by the war. The only fortunate thing was that this year's harvest had just been harvested, and the people had enough surplus food in their homes. The fluctuation of food prices in the market did not affect them much. Only two markets became more prosperous at this time. One was the weapons and ironware market. As the army had won the final victory in several battlefields, most of the captured weapons were sold to the domestic weapons merchants at low prices. The merchants sold them directly or smelted them before selling them. The prices were lower than usual. Most of the citizens of Dionia, in order to build up meritorious deeds and better development in the future, would buy some weapons and equipment to be used in the battlefield. The other one was the slave market. Among the prisoners captured by the Dionysian army, a small number of them were eventually not released due to various reasons, such as crossing the Adriatic Sea by ship, attacking the soldiers recruited by the former Messapi, Pacetti, and Downey fugitives in the Apulia region. These slaves were eventually resold to the slave merchants. Chapter 9:57. As the young and strong citizens were deployed to war and did not return for a long time, there was a shortage of labor in the households. Many families needed to buy more slaves to ensure that the farming and harvesting could be completed smoothly. This led to the prosperity of the slave market. There were only two places in Turiae that are basically unaffected by the war. One was the Turiae school, where the teachers continued to teach as usual. Even if a student's father died in the war, he would gradually walk out of his grief with the guidance of the teachers and the playfulness of his peers. The other was the Dionia school, where both the knowledgeable teachers and the high-level students continued to focus on their own research and learning. However, this did not mean that they were deaf to the current situation. At the back of the classroom belonging to the Faculty of Arts, Ansitanos was sitting under a big tree and talking about the history of Egypt. More than 20 students sat around him on the grass and listened attentively while writing down the main points on the wooden boards that they carried with them. They also raised their hands to ask questions. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. Ansitanos looked up at the sky and said, "Today's class will end here. We will continue in the morning 2 days later." As he spoke, he saw a student raise his hand. So he asked gently, "Ionicus, do you have any more questions?" "Teacher, now His Majesty the Devers is leading the army to fight against the powerful Carthage in Sicily. Can we win?" Ansitanos frowned. "This is not the content to be taught. Teacher, tell us about it." "Teacher, don't you always say that learning history is to find experience from the past and make more sensible choices in times of crisis? Now that we are fighting against Carthage, isn't this the most difficult time that the kingdom has encountered? So, can we win this important war? Can you use your method of analyzing history to analyze this war?" "Ever since I heard that Carthage's army has invaded our territory in Sicily, I have been very worried, and I can't even focus on my studies." "Teacher, you are knowledgeable and know more than us. Whether your analysis is good or bad, I can calm down and work harder to prepare for the future. Teacher, please tell us about it." The student's request made the good-tempered Ansitanos sigh helplessly. "All right, I'll tell you about this war." The students cheered. Ansitanos didn't speak immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, "I'm sorry, I can't disclose some details of this war to you because it involves the secrets of the kingdom. Besides, I don't know much about military affairs, so I can't understand and analyze the strategies and tactics adopted by both sides. I can only share my views based on what I know and my analysis of the past history of the Mediterranean Sea." The students immediately sat up straight, ready to listen attentively. Ansitanos cleared his throat and slowly said, "I've just said that Egypt was once conquered by the Assyrians from the Mesopotamia. Before that, Egypt had always been a powerful kingdom in the eastern Mediterranean. Let's talk about Assyria. Assyria dominated the eastern part of the eastern Mediterranean but it was later destroyed by the rising Persia. This is also mentioned in the book History, written by Herodotus. The insufferably arrogant Persians tried in vain to conquer the whole Mediterranean Sea to the west, but they were defeated by the alliance of the Greek city-states, led by Sparta and Athens, which they despised. Herodotus describes in more detail. After that, Athens and Sparta began to dominate the eastern Mediterranean. What am I trying to explain by saying all this? If you carefully read the history of these countries, you will find that they all had a process from weak to strong, and from strong to weak. A country is like a person. It has to go through childhood, adolescence, youth, middle age, old age, the whole period, and it may also die prematurely. When it was young, because it was weak, it had to endure bullying and was forced to sign all kinds of unequal agreements. It worked hard to make friends with the strong men around it. When it was young, it had a strong body and exuberant energy. It wanted to compete with the strong men. When it was middle age, its strength and energy declined. It became steady, and it would work hard to maintain the honor it had won. When it was old, it would be old and weak. Not only would it be easy for its wealth to be stolen by others, it would also be hard for it to keep its life. Tell me, what is the most terrifying period of kingdom? Of course, it's in adolescence. No, I think it's in middle age. The students scrambled to speak. After they all expressed their opinions, Ansetanos said, I think it's in adolescence because this is the time when people are the most energetic, enterprising, and united. Like a stream between mountains, even if there are tall rocks in the way, it will still rush down until it becomes a wide river. Basically, Assur and Persia basically destroyed the powerful countries that stood in their way at this time, rapidly expanding and establishing their position as hegemons. In middle age, not only are there strong external enemies, but there are also many internal conflicts. The whole country has to spend more energy to solve these problems, and the country's wealth is also greatly wasted in the internal friction. So not only will it stop expanding, but it will also sometimes be forced to shrink inward. Which country do you think is in this situation? Teacher, it's Persia, right? A student rushed to speak first. More than 20 years ago, Persia had internal strife because of the fight for the throne, and His Majesty the Devers even participated in that war. After that, Sparta invaded Asia Minor, and the Persia was actually unable to repel them. Although Sparta eventually sued for peace, that was also because of the Corinth War. And a few years ago, the Persia army attacked Egypt, but they were also repelled. Isn't this in line with what you said, teacher? That's right, Ansetanos. I agree with you. Ansetanos did not hesitate to praise loudly, and then asked the other students, so what period do you think the kingdom is in now? It's in its adolescence. Some students said in unison, while others wanted to say something but hesitated. Our kingdom has only been established for less than 10 years. If we count from the establishment of the alliance, it has only been 20 years. If we look at the time, the kingdom of Dionia, which only has a short history of more than 10 years, is indeed like a teenager. Ansetanos first analyzed the reason why the students made this judgment, and then said, but if we look at other aspects, it isn't so. Our kingdom directly owns far more land than any of the Mediterranean city-states, including Carthage. The number of citizens of our kingdom also far exceeds those of these countries, and the kingdom's annual income is far from what they can compare with, only slightly less than that of Carthage. We don't need to take the initiative to befriend the surrounding forces and races, because they will either take the initiative to form an alliance or seek the support of other powerful forces out of fear. The kingdom is still expanding, and our territory is still expanding. Not long ago, we defeated Rome and Simone and obtained a lot of land. Although our citizens are also afraid of death, they're more eager to win glory in the war, and their relatives will try their best to support them, not hinder them. Our great king, our Senate, will never succumb to external pressure, but will respond to the enemy's provocation with more active action. The whole kingdom is full of vitality and hope, just like the sun rising in the morning. I believe you all feel the same. Isn't this the period of youth? The students nodded excitedly, expressing their agreement. Teacher, what about Carthage? Someone asked eagerly. The situation of Carthage is a bit complicated. Antitanos said thoughtfully, Carthage has been established for 200 years, which is a long enough time. It has suffered many defeats in the battle with Syracuse before, but has also conquered Namibia and southern Iberia. There is no unified country in the Namibian area, and the tribes have been under the influence and control of Carthage for a long time. It is actually very easy to conquer it, and its resistance is also very weak. Carthage has a small population, and its citizens occupy a large amount of Namibian land. They command many Namibian slaves to farm for them, and they can easily enjoy a luxurious life without putting in much effort. His Majesty the Devers once said, living too comfortably will lead to the corruption of the Carthage people. His Majesty's judgment was correct. That was why when the Carthaginian army fought with us for the first time, we easily defeated them despite being outnumbered, but the situation of the Carthage people's conquest of southern Iberia is different. According to my understanding, the Carthaginians originally didn't have much influence there, and there were a large number of fierce indigenous people living in that area. The Carthaginians were able to conquer the southern part of Iberia and take the land, resources, and population for their own use. It was indeed not easy, but it also showed that the Carthaginians there had a strong spirit of enterprise. So when the Carthage army attacked Sicily again, and with the Iberian army as the main force, we were no longer their opponent by relying only on the Sicilian army. If we look at the Carthaginian and the southern part of Iberia together, I feel that Carthage is neither in its youth nor in its middle age. Instead, it is in the period of youth moving towards middle age. However, you have to know that southern Iberia is actually ruled by Carthage's Maginid family alone. There's a lot of conflict between them and the other nobles of Carthage. In such a long and difficult war, it is difficult to say whether the two sides can unite without any disagreement and fight with all their strength. So, in summary, Carthage is a young and strong man. He looks strong and powerful, but his development is actually not sound, and there are many hidden diseases. And our energetic, healthy, and enterprising kingdom is at war with him. I believe that even if there are a few failures in the middle, the final victory will belong to us. Chapter 958. Thank you, teacher. You have given us confidence in the kingdom. A student said loudly, convinced. Almost all the students applauded hard and expressed their gratitude to Antitanos for his brilliant answer. Someone even shouted, Teacher, you should share your analysis with all the students in the academy. I still have all of you. Antitanos smiled and encouraged the students to spread his point of view. A voice suddenly sounded among the students. Teacher Antitanos, according to your analysis, are the Thebes also becoming young? Is it possible for them to defeat Sparta and become the new overlord of Greece? Not only Antitanos, but the other students also looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. The one who spoke was a young man who looked no more than 13 years old. Antitanos was even more surprised than the other students because he had never considered the question raised by the other party. Hence, he asked with interest, Apox, why do you think so? Teacher. Apox stood up and bowed. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, he replied seriously, I read some information about the war that is going on in central Greece. After the Thebes drove away the Sparta people and gained independence, they established a new democratic government. Not only did they mobilize all the citizens of the Thebes, but they also attracted the citizens of the surrounding city-states. They united and formed a large army. They fought bravely and actually resisted the attack of the Sparta army. This new government of the Thebes still had the strength to send troops to help the other city-states in the Boeotia region. They drove away the garrison of Sparta and helped them gain independence, such as Thespia. The city-states that received help naturally had a closer relationship with the Thebes. It has been more than half a year since the war broke out. The Spartans not only failed to reoccupy Thebes, but also made the Thebans more active. They led the local people to fight against the Spartans in various places in Boeotia, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. Isn't this situation just like what you said just now? The new government of Thebes is united and enterprising, and the people of Thebes are full of vigor and courage to fight, like a grown-up youth. However, the current performance of Sparta, the overlord of Greece, is slow and clumsy and has lost its former spirit. It is more like a middle-aged man. Mr. Ansitanos, do you think my analysis is correct? The students were very surprised. They could not believe that such a well-organized and insightful analysis came from the mouth of a young man. Ansitanos knew that the king of the Devers had a very smart child who performed very well in the school of Thurii, which was adjacent to the Academy of Dionia, but he did not expect him to say such insightful words. His eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at the young man. I haven't really thought about the Thebes seriously, Ansitanos replied calmly. Your analysis has given me a lot of inspiration. It seems that I really have to learn more about the Thebes in the future. This will definitely be of great help to the kingdom in dealing with the affairs of Greece in the future. However, according to the situation you just described, although the Thebes have shown signs of rising, they have just gained independence and have not yet fully unified the power of the Pyotia region. They do not yet have the power to become young. What's more, now that they have been attacked by the Sparta, they are likely to die halfway. Of course, if they can survive this war safely, they may have time to become a terrible force. Speaking of this, Ansitanos looked up at the sky again and then said to the students, today's class will end here. We will continue in 2 days. Finally, let's thank Mr. Apox for lending me a lot of information about Egypt. Today, you can hear more detailed history of Egypt from me. As a student who is still studying in the advanced class of Thurii, Apox did not actually have a right to attend classes in the Academy of Dionia. It was precisely because Ansitanos borrowed these materials that he took the opportunity to request to attend the class. That was how he got Ansitanos' permission. The students expressed their gratitude to Apox one after another. They did not look down on him because he was just a young man. Apox returned the greeting like an adult, neither servile nor overbearing. Ansitanos saw this and admired him even more. After the class, the students dispersed in all directions. Ansitanos stopped Apox and asked kindly, after graduating from Thurii, which college are you going to attend? Every year, the schools in the cities of Dionia would report their outstanding graduates to the Academy of Dionia. The king of Devers, the highest person in charge of the Dionia Academy, and the dean and deputy dean of the various colleges would carry out a preliminary selection of outstanding students to enter the various colleges of Dionia for further studies based on the students' performance and their own wishes. Then, they would be notified to take a written examination and interview. Therefore, the students who could enter the academy were the best talents in the kingdom. Ansitanos knew Apox well. He knew that even without his father's help, this smart boy could easily enter the academy. The smart Apox understood the intention of Ansitanos' question. He became a little hesitant. I like history, but I also like mathematics. Ansitanos, who was indifferent by nature, felt a little headache when he heard this. As the dean of the school of mathematics, Mentodicus was 10 times more intelligent than Mardicus, who only knew how to do research. Apox was so excellent and was the son of his majesty. He was afraid that this guy had long set his eyes on him. If Ansitanos did not feel sad, it would be difficult to compete with him. He looked at the young but smart and calm Apox. He really liked him and could not bear to part with him. He could not help but say, in this case, you can study in the School of Arts and the School of Mathematics at the same time. Is that okay? Apox was surprised. As long as you can ensure that you perform well in these 2 fields, why can't you? Just like the famous scholar Pythagoras of Tarentum, he not only created a famous school of mathematics, but also had a lot of creative ideas in philosophy, music, art, and so on. Scholars like him, who are proficient in multiple fields, are not uncommon in the Mediterranean countries. I believe you could do it too. Ansitanos encouraged him patiently. Teacher, I'll go back and think about it. Apox was a little tempted. You're welcome to attend the class in 2 days, Ansitanos emphasized. Apox left the school and did not return to school because it was past the time for school to end. He walked straight south. There was a large area of beach between the south of the school and the Krati River. A few years ago, The Turiai City Hall had transformed it into a number of fields, mainly for the sports and exercise of the Turiai school children. It had also become the favorite place for the children after school. By the time Apox arrived, all the stadiums were already filled with students. The entire area was shrouded in loud cheers and voices. Seeing the other children running happily on the field, Apox's blood began to boil. He quickened his pace and walked to the field in the middle. "Bryant, pass the ball. Pass it to me." An unusually high-pitched female voice passed through the noise and into his ears. Apox smiled. They were really here. On the field, a short but sturdy boy in a white shirt knocked away his opponent, grabbed the football, and passed it to the front field with a long kick. In the front field, a girl in white was slender and half a head taller than the opponent's defender. She stopped the ball steadily, quickly turned around, and passed the defender who came up to grab the ball. Then, she passed the other defender and easily scored the ball before the goalkeeper rushed over. The girl shouted excitedly, and her teammates came up to applaud and celebrate with her. Since girls tended to develop earlier than boys, at this age, girls were not inferior to boys in strength and speed. They often had an advantage in height. In the relatively open social atmosphere of the Kingdom of Dionia, especially in schools, it was not uncommon for boys and girls to participate in sports together. It was often the children of high-ranking officials who took the lead. Naturally, there would be others who followed suit, such as Eunice, the princess of Dionia. However, girls would not be seen participating in sports like rugby, which involved intense confrontation, frequent physical contact, and hugging. Football, on the other hand, was common. After the tall girl celebrated the goal, she turned to look out of the field and waved at Apox with dissatisfaction. "Apox, you're late again. Second brother, hurry up and get on the field," Brian shouted. "What for?" The tall girl stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. "The field is full now. Are you going to replace me?" Bryant immediately stopped talking. "It's okay, second sister. I can be a substitute," Apox said with a smile. Eunice's expression softened. She nodded and said, "You can be a substitute for a while. I'll replace you later. Our defense still depends on you. But don't be idle outside the field. Help me keep Neria company first." Neria? Apox was familiar with the girls that Eunice was friends with, but this name was obviously unfamiliar to him. "She's a student who just transferred to our class." Eunice had already walked to the sidelines and said softly, "Her father is Milch's. I saw that she looked depressed all day, so I forced her to come here. She likes to read as much as you do. Go, help me talk to her." Eunice pointed in a direction with one hand and pushed Apox with the other. Apox saw the girl sitting in the corner of the field and involuntarily quickened his pace. He walked towards her because he was thinking, Milch's, the commander of the kingdom's 4th Fleet, had died in Sicily not long ago. The Turiai people were talking about his death a lot. Many people thought that it was because of his negligence that the Sicilian fleet suffered such a heavy loss. Under such a bad public opinion, his family must be feeling very bad. Chapter 959. Neria was focused on reading a book made of papyrus when she suddenly heard a soft voice. "What book are you reading?" Neria raised her head subconsciously and saw a handsome boy standing in front of her. In Apox's eyes, the girl in front of him had a beautiful face, beautiful long hair, and a pair of big blue eyes that seemed to be covered with a layer of fine gauze. They were misty and poetic, giving her a melancholic and mysterious temperament. "May I ask who you are?" The crisp voice that sounded like an oriole woke Apox up from his daze. Facing Neria's question, he somehow felt nervous. I am Eunice's brother." "Ah, you are Eunice, the Prince Apox that Princess Eunice often mentioned to me," Neria exclaimed and stood up hurriedly. "Just call me Apox. Otherwise, you will be violating the school rules." Apox forced a smile and corrected her. Although the children of the king of Devers were of noble status, the Devers had specially made the Turiai school formulate a special school rule that forbade his children from using their power to obtain preferential treatment in the school. He also hoped that the teachers and students would interact with his children normally so that they could have a normal life. Neria had just moved from Brindisi to live in Turiai and was not used to it yet. I'm sorry. I won't call you that next time. Neria bowed her head in apprehension. The reason why her family moved from Brindisi to Turiai was that the families of the sailors who died in the naval base in Brindisi held a great grudge against the Miltia's family. This seriously interfered with their families' lives and forced them to leave. At the same time, it also affected Neria's young mind, causing her to be constantly sensitive and nervous. It's okay. Apoc saw her nervousness and quickly changed the topic. What are you reading? Egypt. Travel. Neria said hurriedly and handed the book in her hand to Apox. Apox did not take it. Teacher Ansitanos wrote it, right? I've already read it. Ansitanos visited Egypt several times and wrote a travel book based on what he saw and heard in Egypt. Since it did not involve any secret content, it was copied into several copies and placed in the Turiai Museum for the public to borrow. Neria keenly sensed the problem in Apox's words and revealed a surprised expression. You call Scholar Ansitanos teacher? Yeah, I just finished listening to his class. Apox raised his eyebrows slightly, subconsciously wanting to show off. But I heard that he doesn't teach at school. Neria was a little confused. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly explained, I didn't mean, it doesn't matter. Anyone would be surprised to hear me say that. Apox comforted her with a smile and explained, Teacher Ansitanos gave me special permission to listen to his lecture at the school to thank me for giving him some information about Egyptian history. Oh, is that so? Neria showed a surprised expression again. She threw her previous uneasiness to the back of her mind and hurriedly asked, Then, Your Highness, you must have done a lot of research on Egyptian history. I heard that there's a monster in Egypt that looks like a horse, but is stronger than a horse and lives in the Nile. Is this true? I don't think there is any record of this in the book Observations in Egypt. After listening, Apox pretended to be humble and said, I can't say that I've done a lot of research, but I do know a lot about Egypt. The monster in the Nile that you mentioned just now should be the hippopotamus that the Egyptians call it. It does exist and lives in the middle and upper reaches of the Nile. Teacher Ansitanos has been to Egypt several times and stayed in the lower reaches of the Nile. He should not have seen a hippopotamus. Out of a strict attitude, he didn't write about it. Neria saw that Apox really knew a lot about Egypt and immediately became excited. She then asked, Then it's about. When Eunice wanted to call Apox on the field, she found the two of them talking and laughing on the sidelines. She looked at them with a strange expression. You two are not bad. You got to know each other so quickly. Neria's face immediately turned red. Apox forced himself to be calm and said, What's the matter? Second sister. It's your turn. Got it. Apox responded and turned his head to ask, Neria, do you know how to play football? Yes. I know how to play a little, Neria said softly. Then let's go and play together. The famous scholar Plato of Athens once said, the young people of the city should participate in more sports. This will help them grow into a healthy and noble citizen of the city. Eunice saw that Apox was still talking at this time, while Neria was nodding seriously. The smile on her face became more and more strange. She deliberately said, I'm sorry. We can only replace one person. Then take Bryant's out too, Apox said without hesitation. Why me? The sharp-eared Bryant heard it and loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. In the end, Apox and Neria still went on the field. Catch the ball. Eunice deliberately kicked the ball towards Nelia with a long leg, wanting to see how good she was at football. In the end, the seemingly soft and weak Neria easily stopped the ball in front of her. Not bad, Eunice praised loudly. Apox's eyes lit up. Brindisi was a purely naval military town. All the citizens of the city were either navy or cavalry. In addition to military training, they were also enthusiastic about various sports. Every year, they would send teams to participate in the kingdom's rugby and football competitions, and they had won the championship of the football finals many times. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it. The people of Brindisi were mainly composed of sailors. They fought against the wind and waves at sea all year round. Their bodies were well-proportioned and strong. Their feet were very stable, and they had good balance. They had an innate advantage in playing football. The achievements of the people of Brindisi in football made the sport popular throughout the city. Not only did they love watching football, but they also loved playing football. Nerio was naturally influenced by it. While the boys and girls were happily playing football in the afterglow of the setting sun, the elder of Dionia, Cornelis, dragged his tired body back to his mansion. Before he could sit down, his wife, Hestia, immediately rushed over and asked, "How is our child, Eucharis? Which legion is he assigned to? Have you written to the legion commander and asked him to take good care of him? Didn't I already say that the law of Dionia states that administrative officials are not allowed to inquire about or interfere with the internal affairs of the army, especially during the war? You ask these questions every day when you come back. Even if you don't annoy me, I'm annoyed. Can't you let me take a breather? I just came back and didn't even change Bolton." Cornelis complained. "Eucharis is our only son. This is his first time on the battlefield, and he's going to face the terrifying Carthage people. Shouldn't we be worried? I only asked you to ask. I didn't ask you to use your power to prevent the child from going to the battlefield. What's wrong with that? If you don't dare to ask, I'll go look for Sir Helos." Hestia said angrily. Her eyes were red. She suddenly stomped her feet and turned to walk out. When Cornelis saw this, he hurriedly chased after her and pulled her back. "Oh, Hestia, stop fooling around. You won't be able to see Helos even if you go." After the Senate meeting, Helos didn't go home but went straight to the Ministry of Military Affairs. "Then I'll go to the Ministry of Military Affairs to look for him," Hestia said without hesitation. Cornelis said anxiously, "There are many people in the Ministry of Military Affairs. If you go there, do you want the whole city to know that I, Cornelis, follow my personal feelings for my child? Do you want the Minister of Civil Affairs to impeach me? I will let the Minister of Civil Affairs impeach you." Although Hestia said so, she stopped walking. Cornelis saw this and immediately persuaded. "I've worked hard in Dionia for so many years. His Majesty trusts me very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have announced after he led the army to war. With me as the leader, I will temporarily govern the internal affairs of the kingdom with the other 4 rotating presidents. I also get along well with other colleagues, and I haven't had any grudges with anyone over the years. His Majesty and colleagues all know that I only have one child. The name Cornelis Eucharis is clearly written on the conscription register. In the kingdom, who else would have the surname Cornelis other than me? As long as someone has the intention, they will take care of Eucharis. Now, every child in the Senate is not going to war to kill the enemy. Even His Majesty has sent his son, adopted son, and son-in-law who has just reached adulthood to the battlefield. You know that Raphael's second son died in Latin, and Tritidimus' son-in-law was seriously injured and had to be amputated. As the rotating president of the Senate, if I take the initiative to ask about the child situation at this time, it will give others something to use against me. But this is our only son. We were just asking." Hestia said, tears falling from her eyes. Speaking of which, 20 years ago, Cornelis' original wife and children died in the war between the Lacanians and the Turis. Later, after the establishment of the Dionia alliance and the situation became more stable, Cornelis married a new wife. At that time, he was already in his 50s, and he actually got his wife pregnant and had a child. Naturally, he was very happy and cherished his wife. But at this moment, he could only hold his wife and sighed deeply, who asked him to be a boy. At this time, the servant walked into the backyard. Seeing this scene, he did not know what to do for a moment. "What's the matter?" Cornelis asked. Hestia hurriedly wiped away her tears. "Master, Lord Helos has come to visit." Cornelis' heart skipped a beat. Seeing his wife casting him a hopeful look, he nodded slightly. "Quickly invite him in." Literature Hall. Chapter 960. "Lord Cornelis, it's already dinner time. I'm really sorry to disturb you." Helos immediately apologized as soon as he sat down. For ordinary people, it's indeed leisure time. But for the kingdom, it's a special period. And for you and me, every day is a busy one. Cornelis laughed and asked, "Lord Helos, is there something important for you to visit at this time? I I just received a letter from His Majesty, so I came to discuss it with you, Helos said with a straight face. Cornelis's heart tightened, and he asked anxiously, "What happened?" His Majesty mentioned in the letter that he has already appointed Euchares as his direct messenger. Hearing this, Cornelis felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His Majesty really misses me, he said with a trembling voice. Thank His Majesty for his concern. Helos saw Cornelis suddenly burst into tears, and he understood his feelings. But as the Minister of Military Affairs, it was not his place to comment on this aspect. So he coughed and continued. In addition, His Majesty also mentioned that within this month, all the new warships must be assigned to the Sicilian and Third Fleets. All the new warships. Within this month, Cornelis was a little surprised, and he was very hesitant. So far, the kingdom has 250 new warships built, and the crew needed is close to 50,000 people. Previously, His Majesty led nearly 100,000 soldiers, and the current Third Fleets and Sicilian fleets also have more than 50,000 people. The military food supply is already very tight. Now that it has increased to 200,000 people, the consumption of food is very huge. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, a cough came from the side room next to the hall. Cornelis saw Helos turn his head curiously, and he suddenly blushed and said hurriedly, "This a military food supply. The food supply is indeed a big problem." Helos continued frankly, "But His Majesty believes that Carthage is powerful and must concentrate all of his forces in order to defeat him. Otherwise, if a long stalemate occurs, the consumption of the kingdom's resources will be even greater. Therefore, His Majesty must request Lord Cornelis and the other chairman to discuss with the ministers of the various departments to reserve enough rations and supplies for this unprecedented army of the kingdom to ensure that they can fight for at least half a year." Half a year. Cornelius looked troubled. He shook his head and sighed. "That's difficult. Difficult. Very well. I will discuss this matter with everyone at the cabinet meeting tomorrow." After receiving the order from the Devers, Middleades led the Third Fleet to patrol the coast of Sardinia every day in an attempt to find a way to fight Carthage's new fleet. But for a few days, apart from sinking a few Carthage merchant ships, there was no sign of Carthage's fleet at all. This made the crew of the Third Fleet a little depressed. After interrogating the captured Carthage merchants, they learned that Carthage's new fleet had indeed arrived in Sardinia, but since it entered the port of Saros, it had not been seen going out. Was the Carthage fleet afraid of the Dionysian fleet? The crew of the Third Fleet felt that this was very likely. After all, it was a new fleet, and it needed a process of familiarizing and breaking in. But this gave Middleades a headache. If the enemy did not fight, the Third Fleet could not complete the task given by His Majesty, and they did not dare to harass the coast of Sardinia with all their might, for fear of a sudden attack by the new fleet. This morning, the weather was clear, with a slight southeast wind, and slight waves could be seen in the coastal waters. The Third Fleet sailed out of the port of Alenia and continued the cruise of the previous few days. It went all the way south from the north end of Sardinia to the west coast. At this time, a fast ship that was scouting ahead came and reported to Middleades. More than a dozen Carthage merchant ships had left the port of St. Iberia and were sailing south at a relatively slow speed. When Middleades heard this, he was overjoyed. A merchant fleet of this size, leaving the port of St. Iberia, was usually used to transport precious metal ores. Attacking it could not only complete the task given by His Majesty the Devers, but it was also very likely to attract reinforcements from Carthage's new fleet. Middleades immediately gave the order to pursue and attack. Under his instruction, the Third Fleet deliberately sailed closer to the coast when passing by the coastal waters of St. Iberia, and even blew the bugle to attack. Merchant ships carrying heavy loads could not outrun warships in terms of speed. Not long after, the Third Fleet saw Carthage's fleet not far ahead. In order to attract reinforcements from Carthage's fleet, Middleades did not give the order to attack immediately. Instead, he followed the fleet from behind. "There's a signal in front to turn west," the lookout on the mast shouted. Carthage's merchant ships were escaping to the west. Middleades was stunned for a moment. but he immediately understood that Carthage's merchant ships were trying to escape the pursuit of the fleet with the help of the wind. Follow them. Middle-Aged gave the order without hesitation. A new flag was raised on the flagship, and the Third Fleet began to sail away from the coast and into the distant sea. The color of the sea was gradually darkening, and the wind and waves were gradually getting stronger than those near the coast. A wave came and was split apart by the bow of the ship, turning into strings of water droplets that splashed onto the deck. Middle-Aged felt a little uneasy when he was hit by the water droplets. He turned around and shouted, "Anything happening at the back?" The lookout at the stern replied loudly, "It's the same as before. There's no movement." Carthage's new fleet did not fall for their trap. Middle-Aged was a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and gave the order decisively. Have the first B squadron chase after them, sink the merchant ships, and then return. General, we're abandoning our previous plan? The flagship captain asked in surprise. Middle-Aged thought for a moment and said, "The military law of Dionia states that fleets are not allowed to go too deep into the distant sea. Also, judging from the current situation, the wind and waves in the distant sea are stronger than near the coast. Don't forget the lesson of the Sicilian fleet." The captain's expression immediately turned serious when he heard this. After receiving the flagship's flag signal, the sailors of the fast warships at the front of the fleet began to speed up. The speed of the warships was increasing rapidly. At the same time, however, the Carthage fleet was also speeding up. They maneuvered their sails agilely and moved forward in a zigzag pattern, causing the waves to become an obstacle for the fast warships. Therefore, although the distance between the two sides was gradually shrinking, it was obvious that they could not catch up in a short time. Not long after, Middle-Aged received the terrible news that the fast warships have not caught up to the Carthage merchant ships yet from the returning clippers. While he was surprised, he also made up his mind, stop the chase immediately and return at full speed. "General, they may be about to capture those merchant ships." The captain could not help but remind when he heard the order. Middle-Aged did not explain immediately. Instead, he said firmly again, "Blow the bugle and raise the flag signal. Execute immediately." After everything was executed, he said faintly, "Every battle determines the life and death of countless brothers. Greed will blind our rationality and make irreversible mistakes." Middle-Aged said this with emotion. Unlike Thurian, he was originally a more cautious person. However, after he used a scheme to seize Alenia, his mentality changed a little. He wanted to continue attacking the Phoenician city-states on Sardinia Island, but he failed and lost many fleets and infantrymen. However, the king of Devers did not punish him and continued to trust him. This made him feel guilty and constantly remind himself. At this moment, he decisively stopped the chase. It was a reflection from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly realized that he had been too eager to fight the Carthage merchant ships for the past few days, causing his mentality to be out of balance. He had neglected some principles of naval warfare that he should normally follow. The vanguard warships of the Third Fleet were about to bite the fat meat that was the Carthage merchant ships into their mouths, but they suddenly received the flag to retreat. Both the crew and the captain found it hard to accept, but Middle-Aged had led the Third Fleet for 6 or 7 years. He had a relatively high prestige among the captain and crew, and with the deterrence of the military law of Dionia, the crew had no choice but to obey despite their dissatisfaction. Since they were only chasing after the merchant ships, the Third Fleet did not adopt a battle formation. Instead, they formed a long column and placed the 3 B squadrons at the front, middle, and rear, forming the usual fleet formation for patrol. Middle-Aged and the 2nd B squadron were in the middle. When the order was given, the vanguard quickly became the rear, and the rear became the vanguard. All the warships turned around one after another and swiftly sailed towards the coast. From a moment they discovered the Carthage merchant ships, to the pursuit, and finally to their return, it had only taken less than half an hour. However, the crew was initially excited and expectant, but after a period of strenuous running and getting nothing, their mood quickly turned to disappointment. On the way back, The crew did not chant in unison, nor did they talk or sing loudly in excitement. Middle-aged could understand their feelings, but he did not think that his order was wrong. The entire fleet sailed in silence. The only sounds that could be heard were the paddling of the oars and the cries of the seagulls circling above the fleet. This meant that they were approaching the coast. It was at this moment the lookout on the flagship's mainmast suddenly shouted loudly, "Yellow flag! A yellow flag has been raised in front of us. The Carthage fleet has appeared. They're here." The lookout's shout immediately caused a commotion among the crew on the deck and in the cabins. Middle-aged, who had been leaning against the mast and resting with his eyes closed all this time, also widened his eyes at this moment. "How many enemies do we have?" "2 yellow flags." The lookout shouted loudly. "It should be about the same number as us." Middle-aged abruptly stood up and gave a decisive order. "Sound the bugle. Raise the attack flag. At the same time, raise the starry sky flag." Chapter 9:61. Woo! The bugle sounded. 2 long strips of cloth, one red and one black, quickly fluttered on top of the flagship's main mast. The other warships also saw the warning flag in front of them. At this time, the flagship sent out another message to attack. The originally dull fleet suddenly became lively. The captain's orders, the lookout's reminders, and the sailor's chants came from each warship, causing the entire fleet's formation to change. The third fleet was no longer a 4-way column of warships. Instead, it rapidly moved forward and spread to the 2 sides. The distance between the horizontal ships widened, while the distance between the columns shrunk. The entire fleet's formation changed from a long snake to a goose with its wings spread. The warships of the Third Fleet, which had been established for almost 10 years, lined up in formation with great familiarity and tacit understanding. At the same time, they were constantly shortening the distance between them and the Carthage fleet opposite them. At this time, sitting on the flagship of the Carthage fleet was the commander of the Carthage navy, Anubis. The appearance of the Dionysian fleet in this area surprised him. Did the Dionia see through our plan to lure the enemy? "Sir, should we retreat for now?" the captain of the flagship asked carefully. Anubis looked ahead and pondered for a moment. Then he said decisively, "Although some things don't go according to our plan, the Dionia are still in a disadvantageous position. As long as we stop them, the final victory will be ours." "Sir, but can Micah and the others arrive in time?" The captain's words were vague. Anubis understood what he meant and said in a low voice, "This naval battle is very important to Carthage. It's also very important to Lord Margot. Micah will definitely understand its importance. He will do his best." At this point, Anubis shouted an order. "Get into a circular formation and prepare for battle." After giving the order, Anubis looked up at the scorching sun above his head with some disgust. He got up and went down to the cabin. In order to save time and build more warships, Carthage and the allied shipyards temporarily gave up on the construction of 4-tiered warships and large flagships. Therefore, the flagship that Anubis was on was only a modified 3-tiered warship. It did not have a forecastle, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The circular formation was a type of defensive formation. The warships were arranged in a circle, and the distance between each warship was relatively close. Only the bow of the warship was facing outwards. The 2 sides and the rear were protected by their own warships. It was like a hedgehog that had shrunk into a ball and erected its spikes, making it impossible for the attacking enemy to attack. Although the circular formation had the disadvantage of making the warships move slowly within it, its strong defense was exactly what Anubis needed at the moment. After all, he had experienced the great naval battle with the Sicilian fleet of Dionia. He was still fearful of the attack power of the Dionia warships. Therefore, he wanted to use of the circular formation to delay and wait for an opportunity. However, compared to other ship formations, the circular formation was not only much more difficult to arrange, but it also took a longer time to arrange. Just as the various Carthage warships received the order from the flagship and began to gather towards the Carthage flagship under the command of the captains, the Third Fleet of Dionia had already begun their attack. All the warships of the Third Fleet had lowered their sails, and the Raven warships had also been fitted with drawbridges. After hearing the order to attack, all the sailors fell into a state of excitement. They quickly stuffed the rations they carried with them into their mouths, chewing while listening to the orders of the bosun and the piper. They controlled the oars and kept increasing the speed of the oars. At this moment, the lookout on the mainmast of the flagship shouted in panic, "General, there's a warning from the warships behind us. Double yellow flags. Enemy ships have appeared, and their numbers are about the same as ours." The middle-aged's heart tightened. Some of the doubts in his heart were immediately solved. Why didn't the Carthage warships escape along the coast, but instead run into the dangerous distant sea? Why were these seemingly fully loaded Carthage warships able to maintain a relatively high speed and possess superb ship piloting skills? This is the scheme of the Carthage fleet. They've already set up an ambush at the distant sea and lured us there with their merchant ships. While they're fighting us, another fleet will arrive from the rear and attack us from both sides. Add that to the fact that the Raven warships aren't able to perform well at sea, the third fleet is very likely to suffer a terrible defeat. Middle-aged felt a lingering fear. He was thankful that his previous failure had kept him vigilant. "General, what do we do? Should we turn the first B squadron behind us around and intercept them?" The captain asked nervously. In the face of danger, or perhaps because he was thankful that he had escaped death, Middle-aged's mind was exceptionally clear right now. He shook his head and said solemnly, "The enemy's warships are almost twice the number of our warships. Splitting our forces will only weaken our offensive power even more. The enemy behind us has just been discovered, and they're at least 1.5 kilometers away from us. The enemy in front of us is already within reach." He paused for a moment. His eyes turned determined, and his tone abruptly turned fierce. "Raise 2 more red flags. All warships are not allowed to stop. Charge forward." 3 red and 1 black cloth strips fluttered at the top of the flagship's mainmast. For the other warships who saw the warning from the warship behind them, it eliminated the hesitation in their hearts. For the warships at the front that were approaching the enemy, it was even more of a cardiac stimulant. Attack. Attack again. Fight to the end. Under the encouragement of the bosun, every sailor's fighting spirit soared and their oars accelerated. Every warship shot towards the Carthage fleet like an arrow released from a bow. The Raven warship was charging towards the enemy ship. When the 2 ships were very close to each other, the sailors immediately retracted their oars. Under the control of the helmsman, the Raven warship slid forward using inertia. The operator on the deck tightly gripped the axle that rotated the drawbridge. When the 2 ships were about to collide, the operator pressed down on the handle, and the drawbridge quickly smashed down on the bow of the enemy ship. With a loud bang, the stern of both ships jumped up at the same time, and the sailors in the cabins fell all over the place. The infantrymen in the Raven warship tried their best to control their bodies. They rushed out of the cabins onto the deck and quickly rushed over the drawbridge. There were only a few soldiers and archers on the enemy's warship. Facing the fully armed infantrymen of the fleet, the resistance of the Carthage sailors was destined to be a tragedy. When screams came from the front from time to time, Anubis suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. A circular formation was indeed the best warship defensive formation, but that was only against enemies who also operated conventional 3-tiered warships. Right now, he was facing the Dionian Navy, which was good at using drawbridges to link ships and jumping over them. The ships were arranged in a circular formation, and it was difficult for them to move, so they became the target of the enemy's wanton attacks. Anubis was full of regret. Instead, he vented his resentment on the captain. "Why didn't you warn me just now?" The captain was speechless. This was because, like Arnabas, he had been influenced by traditional naval tactics for a long time. When they suddenly encountered an enemy just now, he would instinctively choose the most suitable tactic to deal with it. In other words, he felt that the strategy Arnabas adopted was correct, so he did not object. However, he had completely forgotten that they were facing an enemy who did not fight according to conventional naval tactics at all. This was mainly because Anubis had only fought with the Dionian Navy once, so he did not have a deep impression of their fleet's tactics. "Hurry! Hurry!" Below the bugle call for retreat. Let the warships hide, Anubis shouted in exasperation. The captain was stunned. Sir, can't we hold on a little longer? Micah and the others might be here soon. By the time Micah arrives, our fleet will probably be finished. Anubis roared in exasperation, completely forgetting what he had just said. Because of the Dionysian fleet in front of him, he still did not know that Micah was rushing over with his fleet. The Carthage navy was not like the Ionian navy, which had developed a complicated flag signal system after being instructed by the Devers to be able to convey orders in a timely and clear manner. However, the Carthage navy, which had been at sea for hundreds of years, also had its own way of conveying orders at sea. The 10 buglers on the deck of the flagship blew the bugle call for retreat at the same time. The urgent sound of the bugle call spread out in all directions. Although the Carthage fleet's circular formation was not completely completed, the warships were all moving closer to the flagship, which was just enough for them to hear the bugle call clearly. However, it was impossible to execute this order immediately and have the entire fleet retreat immediately, because this was a circular formation. The warships on the periphery had to retreat first to make space for the warships on the inside to retreat. However, the warships of the Ionia Third Fleet quickly pressed forward, and in a short period of time, they came into contact with half of the periphery of the Carthage circular formation. Under the fierce attack of the Ionia warships, it was not easy to retreat smoothly. Now, when the warships of the front saw their friendly warships being hooked by the enemy's drawbridge one after another, and then the soldiers of the Dionysian fleet charged onto the deck like wolves, followed by screams of agony, the crew of the Carthage fleet all trembled in fear, fearing that they would follow in their footsteps. The sound of the bugle call for retreat made them feel relieved, and they all turned around and retreated. This caused the already narrow interior of the circular formation to become even narrower, affecting the speed of the warship's retreat. Just then, the regretful Anubis suddenly stopped complaining and said to the captain of the flagship with uncertainty, I think I heard the bugle call for us to attack. The captain was stunned and immediately listened attentively. At this time, the lookout on the mast shouted, A fleet has appeared behind the Dionysian fleet. It's our fleet. Sir Micah has arrived. Anubis' previous dejection was swept away. Micah, whom he used to hate and despise, had now become his most welcome target. He shouted excitedly, Well done, Micah. Hurry. Order the warships to stop retreating. Attack the enemy immediately. Chapter 962. As soon as he gave the order, he immediately turned the flagship around and sped towards the Dionysian fleet. When the surrounding warships saw this, they quickly made the corresponding move. But for the Carthage warships that were further away, they first heard the bugle call to retreat and soon changed to the bugle call to attack. These two completely opposite orders made them feel puzzled. This was a newly formed fleet. Although most of the crew members were survivors of the previous Carthage fleet after the storm, it had, after all, been reorganized. The biggest problem was that despite Ademica's strong opposition, with the support of the Senate, Anubis still mixed the survivors of the previous Carthage fleet and the Iberian fleet together and assigned them to each new warship. In this way, all the warships were under the unified command of a naval commander, and there was no longer any independent Iberian fleet. That was why when this new fleet hastily went into battle without going through sufficient run-ins, they hadn't developed a good sense of obedience to the new fleet commander. For the Iberian crew, Anubis was a stranger, so the usual patrolling and sailing didn't show. But in times of crisis, the problem was exposed. Some warships were hesitant about whether or not to carry out this later order. And just when this Carthage fleet was disunited and chaotic due to the two orders, the attack of the Third Ionia fleet continued to show its power. The Crow warship smashed open the outer shell of the circular formation like a hammer, followed by the fast three-decker or warships that rushed in. Their narrow hulls shuttled quickly in the narrow internal space of the circular formation, as agile as swimming fish. But when they found an opportunity, they turned into ferocious sharks, twisting the oars of the enemy's ships and smashing their hulls, making the already somewhat chaotic Carthage fleet even more chaotic at this point in the battle. Some Carthage warships saw that the situation was not good and began to withdraw from the battlefield. Speaking of which, the new Carthage fleet originally had 190 warships. After arriving in Sardinia, it merged with the 40 warships that originally belonged to Sardinia's Phoenician city-state, bringing the total number of warships to 230. After Anubis formulated this plan, he divided the new fleet almost equally. In order to ensure that the warships commanded by Audiobook, who were responsible for the ambush in the distant sea, could resist the attack of the Dionia warships and create a complete chaotic battle, they could hold on until the fleet he personally led arrived and formed a two-pronged attack, because Anubis believed that if they arrived too early, the Dionysian fleet that had not yet entered the battle would likely realize that the situation was not good and escape early, resulting in a poor result. The 110 warships he assigned to Audiobook were all Carthage warships, while the 40 weaker Phoenician warships were incorporated into his own fleet. He believed that in a situation where he had a great advantage, there was no need to worry about the combat power of the Phoenician warships. However, the current situation was that Anubis's fleet was in a passive position. Faced with the fierce attack of the Dionia warships, several Phoenician warships chose to follow the flagship's previous order and retreated as if they did not hear the order to attack. Their retreat also affected the fighting spirit of the nearby Phoenician warships, who all followed suit and retreated, making it difficult for the entire Carthage fleet to even maintain its defense, let alone attack. After Anubis learned about the situation through the lookout, he was so angry that there was nothing he could do. "Sir, let's retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to," the captain urged anxiously. At this time, Dionia warships had appeared on both sides of the Carthage flagship. Because Anubis was personally supervising the battle, the situation at the front was slightly better. If things continued like this, the flagship would be cut off and be surrounded. "Let's retreat," Anubis said dejectedly. He covered his face and sat on the deck, completely unable to face the fact that as a veteran admiral, he had first arranged the wrong formation in a hurry when they were suddenly attacked by the enemy. Then, he repeatedly changed his orders, causing the originally advantageous battle to turn into a rout. "The enemy is retreating. The enemy is retreating. Look out!" shouted excitedly from the top of the mast. Middle-Aids did not look relaxed. He asked anxiously, "How far is the Carthage fleet behind us?" "Only about 300 meters away." "Order all warships not to stop. Speed up and move forward. Remember, do not stop." Middle-Aids shouted sternly. "Captain, the flagship has raised 3 green flags," shouted the lookout from the stern of a Crow warship at the front of the fleet. "What? Green flags?" The captain furrowed his eyebrows. The Navy's flag language for the green flag was advance. When the Dionic Navy first set up their flag language, green represented spring, the revival of all things, the thawing of the glaciers, and the rushing forward. On the other hand, the white flag represented retreat. The Dionic Navy did not have a flag language for surrender. This meant that they had to let go of the Carthaginian warship that was rushing past their bow in a panic. Although he was unwilling, he had to obey the order. The captain sighed helplessly and said, "Charge forward. Go straight ahead. Remove the Crow drawbridge." All the warships of the Third Fleet were carrying out the same order, causing the entire fleet to speed up again. This forced the Anubis fleet to speed up and flee. In their panic, they even collided with each other in order to escape. When these Carthage warships, which were moving slowly because of the collision, saw the Dionia warships approaching quickly, they were scared out of their wits. But a miracle happened. The Dionia warships brushed past them as if they did not see them and continued forward. Audiobook was filled with regret. Under Anubis's order, he led 110 warships to lie in ambush in the distant sea. His crew steered the warships up and down in the wind and waves, trembling as they waited for the Dionysian fleet to take the bait. In the end, after waiting for a long time, the merchant ships serving as the bait reported that the Dionysian fleet had chased them halfway and turned back. Audiobook was disappointed. He told the fleet to turn back and sent a clipper to investigate with a glimmer of hope. In the end, the Clipper reported that the Dionysian fleet had been intercepted by the fleet led by Anubis. Ademica's disappointment immediately turned into excitement. He ordered the fleet to speed up. Sure enough, it did not take long for them to see the Dionysian fleet in front of them. But at this time, he did not order the fleet to attack immediately. Instead, he ordered the fleet to slow down and get into formation. He did this after some consideration. First, in the battle at Thadium a few months ago, the Iberian fleet that he personally led had been defeated by the Dionysian fleet. He had some understanding of the Dionysian fleet's combat power. At this time, the Dionysian fleet that had just started fighting with Anubis's fleet was completely capable of separating some of their warships to turn around and block his attack, causing greater losses to the fleet that he led. Second, although he was now under Anubis's command, he was not convinced. He hoped that in this battle, the fleet under Anubis's command would suffer more losses while he suffered fewer losses. This would help increase his prestige in the new fleet and increase his right to speak. Therefore, after Audemica ordered all the warships to spread out and form a two-column formation, he did not move and watched the development of the battle in front of him. At the same time, he was wary of the Dionysian fleet's possible escape. But he never thought that the commander of the Dionysian fleet would be so decisive, ignoring his threat and ordering all the warships to participate in the attack. He also didn't think that the fleet under Anubis's command would perform so poorly. The battle only lasted for about 10 minutes, and they were already somewhat unable to hold on. After Audemica roughly understood the situation of the battle in front of him through the lookout, he had no choice but to immediately give the order to attack. It took the Ademica's fleet about 7 to 8 minutes to accelerate the warship from standstill to a maximum speed, traversing a distance of nearly 1.5 miles to reach the rear of the Dionysian fleet. In order to allow the Anubis fleet to do their best to keep the enemy occupied, Audemica even ordered the buglers on the flagship to blow the bugles with all their might. But all their efforts proved futile in the end. By the time they reached the battlefield, the Dionysian fleet had already passed through the Carthage formation and sailed at full speed into the distance. Only the damaged Carthage warships and the Carthage warships with half of their sailors were left scattered on the surface of the sea. Many Carthage sailors floated on the surface of the sea, calling for help loudly to the fleet. Instead, they became obstacles to the advance of the Audemica fleet. Of course, not all the Dionysia warships managed to escape in time. 7 or 8 Dionysia warships slowed down due to the damage to their hulls, or because they could not withdraw their infantry in time and had to wait for more time, or because enemy ships suddenly appeared in front of them in a panic, and they could not avoid them and had to collide with them. As a result, they could not rush out quickly enough. In short, they did not manage to leave the battlefield and fell far behind the Dionysian fleet. The warships of the Audemica fleet chased after them. When the Dionysian warships saw that they could not escape, they all turned around to fight. Even though they performed bravely, they were outnumbered, and the Carthaginians quickly won. During this process, the Dionysia Third Fleet did not turn around to rescue them. Instead, they sped up and left, looking at the Dionysian fleet that had almost disappeared in the distance, and then at the devastated battlefield around him. Audemica hesitated for a moment. Since it was impossible to catch up to the Dionysian fleet, he decided to rescue his compatriots first. At the same time, he also sent a clipper forward to investigate the Dionysian fleet's movements. He also ordered the clipper to search for the Carthage warships that had escaped and let them return to the fleet. Chapter 963. Half an hour later, a speedboat returned and informed Audemica that after the Dionysian fleet approached the coast, they turned around and headed north. They passed by St. Iberia and were about to circle around the northern tip of Sardinia Island. Hearing this, Audemica was greatly relieved. It seemed that the Dionysian fleet had returned to Alenia. Thus, Ademica's fleet began a comprehensive rescue operation. They rescued all the sailors who had fallen into the water and placed them on the warships that had been ravaged by the Raven's warships. They bandaged the wounds of the sailors who had been slashed and transferred some of them to other warships. They made simple repairs to the less damaged warships, while the more heavily damaged warships were towed by other warships, ready to be brought back to the port. After all, there were too few warships in the Carthage fleet at the moment. Every ship that they could save was one. In addition, Audiobook also rescued as many of the Dionysian crew members as possible. This, of course, was not out of kindness. They could be used to exchange for the Phoenician civilians who had been captured by the Dionysian fleet in the past. At the same time, there were also trophies that the fleet could use to show off their achievements when they returned to the port of Saros. After all, compared to the defeated Anubis, he had gained some achievements. The crew of Audiobook's fleet had been busy with this. During this time, several warships that had originally belonged to Anubis arrived one after another and joined the fleet. It was not until the setting sun dyed the western sky red that the entire fleet slowly sailed east. During the voyage, the crew of one of the warships came up with a way to amuse themselves. They forced the captured Dionysian sailors to run on the slippery deck naked. They could not slow down either. If they stopped, they would be beaten with wooden sticks, and if they fell, they would be whipped. Soon, the crew of the other warships followed suit and quickly spread the idea. Seeing the amusing and painful faces of the captives and listening to their shrill screams, they could vent their anger after losing to the Dionysian navy several times. Some of the crew even came up with other ways to humiliate the captives, such as, in the flagship's cabin, the boatswain grabbed the leather helmet of the captive, touched the red tassel on top of the helmet, and asked, "Looks like you're a captain." The captive, who was tied to the pillar of the ship, glared at him. "Boss, he doesn't understand what you're saying," a sailor said. "He will understand." The boatswain laughed coldly. He waved his hand and gave the captive a heavy slap. The captive screamed, and half of his face quickly swelled up. The boatswain shrugged at the sailors. "See, he understands." The sailors roared with laughter. The captive cursed angrily. The boatswain frowned and suddenly took the leather helmet and peed in it. Ugh! The sailors showed looks of disgust. But when the boatswain put the cap before the captive and made him drink, they were excited again. The captive glared at him and spat on his face. This infuriated the boatswain, who seized the prisoner by the neck with his right hand, and with his right put the helmet to his mouth. The captive struggled with all his might, his face flushed red, and in the end, he had no choice but to open his mouth and gasp for air. The boatswain took the opportunity to pour the urine in the helmet into his mouth. The captive choked and coughed, while the sailors laughed loudly. Audiobook watched this scene in the cabin through the gap in the middle of the deck. Even though a smile appeared on his face, he had to remind the captive, "Be careful. Don't kill him. Don't worry, sir. We will entertain him very carefully." The boatswain said respectfully as he patted the captive's head mockingly. Audiobook snorted, stood up, and walked to the bow of the ship. He looked ahead and fell in a deep thought. He had already learned about the general course of the battle from the sailors he rescued, and realized the mistakes Anubis made in the battle. He was thinking about how to write a letter to Margot, the leader of the Magonid family and the military commander of Carthage, so that he could use it to challenge the Hanoverian party in the Senate and take back the command of the navy. "Sir, a warship has appeared behind us." The watchman on the mainmast shouted loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Before he could respond, in A.O. Wangsho's field of vision, another indistinct image appeared behind the warship on the horizon. The watchman used his hand to block the dazzling rays of the setting sun and closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, the image in front of him became clear. It was many warships. "Sir, it's not a warship, it's a fleet." The watchman hugged the mast with one hand and pointed to the rear with the other, shouting nervously. "Whose fleet?" Audiobook was also nervous, but he first had to figure out whether it was a friend or foe. As there was still a slight southeast wind, neither Audiobook's fleet nor the unfamiliar fleet had raised their sails. The watchman had to widen his eyes and distinguish with great effort. "A black bow. It's the Dionysian fleet. Sir, they're moving very fast." The watchman's words shattered Audiobook's hope. It also made him confused. Why would the Dionysian fleet appear in the west? Middleades led the third fleet and sailed eastward until the watchman told him that the Carthage warships behind them had stopped chasing. Although he had given the order to slow down, he still led the fleet to follow behind the fleeing Carthage warships until he saw with his own eyes that the enemy had fled into the port of Saros. Only then did he command the fleet to continue northward. When he reached the northern tip of Sardinia Island, he pretended that he was returning to Alenia. In fact, he led the fleet in a small circle, avoiding the detection of the Carthage's clippers, and then left the coastal waters, sailing straight west. He wanted to lead the Third Fleet to attack the Carthage fleet in the west. He knew that the entire fleet was missing nearly 10 warships, and they must have fallen into the hands of the Carthage fleet. As the commander of the Third Fleet, he had the responsibility to rescue the lost warships and captive crew. He was also very clear that according to the usual procedure of a naval battle, the Carthaginian fleet must be cleaning up the battlefield, rescuing the sailors who fell into the water, and helping the damaged warships. This would take a lot of time and would also make the entire fleet bloated and slow. At the same time, he also knew that the mission given to him by the King of Devers was to defeat the new fleet of Carthage. Now that he had such a rare opportunity, he would not let it go so easily. However, although middle-aged and the captains were experienced in sailing, it was not easy to find a target in the vast sea. The entire fleet sailed to the west of the Carthage fleet, which delayed them for some time. When the sun set, they had to give up the search and began to return eastward. Unexpectedly, after a period of sailing, the clippers in front of them suddenly reported that they had discovered the Carthage fleet. Middle-aged immediately became excited and ordered all the warships to prepare for battle. In fact, it was a blessing in disguise for the Third Fleet. It was precisely because they had gone in the wrong direction and fell behind the Carthage fleet. Audiobook did not assign clippers to scout behind him because he did not think that there would be an enemy attack from the distant sea. As a result, when the Third Fleet came within sight of both sides, the Carthage fleet was unprepared. Hearing the lookout on the mainmast describe in detail that the Carthage fleet was moving very slowly ahead and that there were some broken ships being towed, Middle-aged knew that his guess had become reality. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he loudly ordered, "Blow the bugle to attack. Raise the red flag and the black triangular flag." When the Ionian Navy attacked, they usually adopted the starry sky formation. This was a naval formation that had been tested by the Navy over a long period of battle and was proven to be able to fully utilize the advantages of the Ionia warships. Its flag was black, and it had many variations. The standard was a black rectangular flag with the Raven warships at the front and the fast warships at the back. The triangular black flag meant that the fast warships were at the front and the Raven warships were at the back. This was because Middle-aged wanted to use the high speed of the fast warships to charge into the enemy's formation as soon as possible, further disrupting the unprepared Carthage fleet. When the sailors in the cabin heard the order issued by Middle-aged on the deck, they began to get excited. The bosun was also encouraging everyone. "Brothers, it's time to rescue our comrades and make a glorious contribution. Prepare for battle. Roar." The sailors roared in unison, their eyes once again bursting with fighting spirit. They stuffed the remaining rations into their mouths and tightened their grip on the oars in their hands. Although the sailors had gone through a tough battle and were very tired, after returning to the coast, the sailors took turns paddling and got some rest, especially when they made a circle and sailed from the east to the west. They even raised the sails. With the help of the southeast wind, they saved some energy and recovered some of their stamina. "Start accelerating." The bosun signaled to the piper. Beep, beep, beep. With the sharp sound of the piper, more than 200 wooden oars on both sides of the warship slid quickly like the legs of a millipede. The entire warship was like a sharp knife, cutting through the surging waves without any hindrance. The waves timidly avoided the dark bow of the warship and jumped onto the deck, drenching Middle-aged's body. Middle-aged did not care. He stared ahead without moving. When he saw that the Carthage warship was getting closer and closer to him, he signaled his men to bring the helmet with the purple and red tassels and put on solemnly. At this time, a fast warship caught up from behind and swept past the left side of the flagship. The captain solemnly saluted Middle-aged on the deck. Middle-aged solemnly returned the salute. Then, another fast warship swept past the right side of the flagship. Middle-Aids returned the salute again. Chapter 964. When he saw the Dionysian fleet, Ademica's first reaction was to retreat immediately. But when he saw the swift attack of the Dionia warships, and then looked around at the bloated fleet around him, he had to dismiss the idea. After a brief moment of thought, Ademica believed that the number of warships under his command was about the same as the Dionysian fleet in front of him, and that his crew had an advantage in terms of physical strength. They could definitely fight the Dionysian fleet. Therefore, he quickly gave the order for the entire fleet to fight. In fact, the Carthage warships had already begun to get busy. They cut the ropes that pulled the wounded ships and drove the captives on board into the sea again. Some of the more ruthless warships even forced their companions who had been injured by the infantry to jump into the sea first. This was to reduce the burden on the warships and restore their flexibility. But the salty seawater stimulated the wounds that had not yet healed, causing the wounded soldiers who jumped into the sea to scream and scream. Their screams echoed throughout the fleet, casting a shadow over the hearts of the crew even before the battle began. While the Carthage warships were still busy and the fleet had only just begun to line up, the Dionia warships had already rushed to the front. Captain Cecidorus of Dionia, who was tied to the wooden pillar of the flagship, was being humiliated by Carthage's crew. Suddenly, a shout came from the deck, and the Carthage sailors in the cabin panicked. The fierce-looking boatswain loosened his grip on Cecidorus' hair and said a few words loudly with a serious expression. The noisy cabin returned to silence, and the sailors sat upright on the wooden benches, holding the wooden oars with both hands. The boatswain shouted, and the sailors on one side began to paddle, while the other side remained motionless. Cecidorus immediately felt himself spinning along with the wooden pillar. Although he could not understand what Carthage was saying, as an expert, he knew that the warships were turning around. Why did Carthage's warships turn around? He guessed in his heart. At this moment, a few lightly armored Carthaginian soldiers came down from the deck. They ferociously used their spears and daggers to drive away the Dionysian captives locked in the lower deck. One of the captives was a little slow, and without a word, the Carthaginian soldier pierced his chest with a spear. Cecidorus cried out in grief and indignation. These were his men. What was Carthage planning to do? The Carthaginian soldiers did not stop their atrocities. Some soldiers even came in front of him and wanted to drag him up. However, perhaps the ropes were too tight, or perhaps the fact that he was the only captive did not matter. In the end, they chose to give up. Great Hades, you are the king of the underworld, the ruler of justice, and the guardian of the kingdom. I have steered the warships, fought at sea, and protected the kingdom. If that day comes, I went to your temple. I hope you will judge me fairly. Give me the glory of a warrior. The captive captain suddenly began to chant. The captives who were still struggling suddenly quietened down when they heard the voice. They began to sing along. There was no panic on their faces. Instead, there was more solemnity. There was no need for Carthage's soldiers to push them. Under Cecidorus' solemn gaze, they walked towards the deck with firm steps. Only the solemn singing echoed in the cabin. Although the Carthaginian sailors did not understand what they were singing, they inexplicably remained silent and did not dare to interrupt. The boatswain slapped Cecidorus' face hard again. He then waved his fist and cursed. The sailors then shouted in unison, as if they were full of fighting spirit. At that moment, there was a loud shout from the deck. The boatswain shouted the same words again. The flutist, sitting at the exit of the cabin, played a double-barreled flute. The sailors listened to the rhythm of the flute and increased the speed of the oars in unison. Cecidorus swallowed the blood in his mouth and did not curse loudly. He knew that the warship was speeding up. It was preparing for battle. Its enemy was self-evident. Our fleet is coming to destroy these damn Carthage's men. Cecidorus' heart was filled with joy, but he did not show it. Instead, he quietly observed the situation in the cabin. He turned his head and tried to look through the gap that the sailors revealed when they leaned forward and back. He looked through the narrow cabin window but all he could see was the sliding wooden oars and the glowing seawater. He retracted his gaze in disappointment and once again focused his attention on the cabin. He had to admit that the Carthage's sailors were well-trained and had great teamwork. Nearly 200 people were operating the warship as if they were controlling their own bodies. Whether it was accelerating, decelerating, turning, or turning, it was all smooth and smooth. There was not a single trace of sluggishness. Therefore, he focused his attention and carefully felt the movement of the warship. This should be the speed of attack. The Carthage's men still have some strength left. They should not have encountered our warship yet. Why did it suddenly stop? It's turning left. Oh, it's accelerating. Could it be that our warship is ahead on the left? It's accelerating. It's still accelerating. This is the speed of a charge. The Carthage's men are preparing to attack our warship. What should I do? In his anxiety, Cisadorus suddenly opened his mouth and whistled. Shoo! 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 Another high-pitched sound suddenly sounded in the cabin. But unlike the double-barreled flute, its rhythm was much slower. The two sounds intertwined, but affected the highly excited sailors. The captive captain was delighted to see that some of the sailors' rowing rhythm had become chaotic. At that moment, a huge fist appeared in front of him, followed by the angry face of the boatswain. Then, he received a heavy blow to the head and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Cisadorus gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes slightly and felt that the atmosphere in the cabin was no longer as relaxed as before. The boatswain looked nervous as he listened attentively to the orders coming from the deck. From time to time, he would shout a few times. The sailors were covered in sweat and panting heavily. The muscles on their hands were bulging and their veins were exposed. Their bodies were tense as they tried their best to control their bodies on the wooden benches. In such a tense state, no one noticed that he had woken up. Cisadorus also felt his body tilting left and right along with the wooden poles. He knew in his heart that the warship was constantly spinning and accelerating. It was under attack. Cisadorus' heart was like a mirror. He breathed lightly, trying his best to recover some strength. At the same time, he was waiting for an opportunity. After a while, a hurried and nervous shout came from the deck. Under the command of the boatswain, the sailors on the left rowed faster, and the sailors on the right stopped. The warship quickly turned to the right. After a while, the sailors on the right rowed faster, and the sailors on the left rowed at a normal speed. Cisadorus knew in his heart that this was a difficult reverse S-curve maneuver. It was a tactical maneuver used to avoid being hit by the enemy ship and then escape the siege. In other words, the warship was under siege. In such a dangerous situation, the sailors of Carthage could still move in unison and neat. However, a sneer appeared on Cisadorus' swollen face. He was from Rockley. In the eyes of outsiders, the people of Rockley were used to obeying the strict laws of the city. However, the punishment of having their eyes gouged out and their hands broken had actually given birth to a character among some people who were willing to risk their lives and never shirk their responsibilities. Cisadorus would never let these people of Carthage, who wantonly humiliate and kill captives, escape. He opened his mouth and said, "Shoo, shoo, shoo, shoo." Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic whistle sounded in the cabin again. The highly focused sailors were stunned, and some of them unconsciously slowed down their oars to the whistle. The boatswain roared, picked up a spear in the corner, and pierced Cisadorus' chest. Blood flowed from the captive captain's mouth. Although his whistle weakened, it did not stop. When there was a loud bang, the whole ship trembled, and the warship suddenly stopped moving. The sailors of Carthage cried out in alarm, and he died with a smile on his face. After Carthage's flagship was captured by the Raven warship, the infantrymen of the fleet saw the body of Cisadorus tied to a wooden pillar in the cabin with a spear piercing through his chest. Through the translation of the captive sailors, they learned about Cisadorus' heroic deeds and were all moved. Not long after, Middleades learned about it and immediately ordered, "Carefully transport the body of Captain Cisadorus back to the flagship and keep it safe." When the body of Cisadorus was carried to the flagship of the Third Fleet, Middleades, and the crew of the ship stood at attention solemnly and solemnly saluted. The Third Fleet surprise attack caught the Carthage fleet, which was full of wounded soldiers, captives, and dragging the damaged ship by surprise. The swift and fierce attack that followed completely disrupted the formation of ships that had yet to take shape. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the Carthage fleet was defeated, and even their flagship was captured. The Third Fleet won the battle. Considering that night was about to fall, Middle-Aids ordered all the warships to stop chasing and quickly rescue all the sailors who had fallen into the sea. At the same time, Middle-Aids also considered that the new fleet of Carthage still had some combat power left, and on the way back, the fleet had to pass by the coast of Sardinia, so he was worried that they would attack at any time. In order to prevent his fleet from repeating the mistakes of the enemy, he also ordered all the captured warships of Carthage to be sunk, and not to rescue any of the sailors of Carthage who had fallen into the sea. He even cruelly ordered all the warships on his side to be sunk as well. The consecutive victories raised Middle-Aids' prestige, and under his insistence, the warships of the Third Fleet strictly followed his orders. Chapter 965. Only the surviving Carthage sailors from the Carthage flagship were not chased into the sea. They were evenly distributed to the decks of the various warships. The sailors who had been captured by the Carthage and were lucky enough to survive were armed with wooden sticks and whips, returning all the humiliation they had suffered to the enemy. Only 2 captives, Audiobook and the bosun of the Carthage flagship, were left on the flagship. Middle-Aids had the captive captain's men stab the bosun to death with a spear, avenging the death of his captain. When Middle-Aids turned his gaze to Audiobook, the former commander of the Iberian fleet, a member of the Maganid family, looked haggard but calm. "Do it," Middle-Aids smiled. "You are the biggest prize of this naval battle. How can I let you die so easily?" As he spoke, he had his men take a helmet and had the crew pee in it. Then he brought it to Audiobook and said coldly, "Either drink the urine in it, or cut off the thing you pee on. Make your choice." Audiobook's expression finally changed drastically. In that day's naval battle, the new Carthage fleet lost a total of 70 warships and nearly 13,000 crew members. The Third Ionia fleet lost 56 warships, and 7 warships suffered varying degrees of damage. They did not capture a single enemy ship. After Anubis fled back to the port of Saros, he was busy reorganizing the warships that had fled back. He did not lead the fleet to rescue Audiobook again. This was mainly because he was mainly responsible for the failure of this plan. For a moment, he did not know how to face this Iberian Navy admiral, who seemed to be his subordinate, but was actually his competitor. Thus, he decided to just not see him, not worry about him. Unexpectedly, at night, news suddenly came. The Ionia had defeated the fleet led by Audiobook, and even Audiobook himself had been captured. Anubis was shocked. The news he had received before was that the Dionysian fleet had already returned north to Alenia. He did not expect that these terrifying Ionia people would dare to return and fight Audiobook's fleet. Previously, he could still blame the storm for the destruction of the fleet, but this time, he had to face the fearsome fighting strength and high morale of the Ionian navy. In the next few days, the remnants of Carthage's new fleet hid in the port and refused to fight no matter how the Dionysian fleet provoked them. The route from Sardinia to Carthage was cut off again. The army led by the Devers left Gela and marched westward along the coastline. They camped in Iconium and Agrigento. Both towns were destroyed by Carthage. The Devers left enough time for the soldiers to build camps, but Carthage's army never showed up. On the 4th day, the army arrived at Minoa. The city built on a hill was even more severely damaged. "Your Majesty, it seems that we can only build our camp on the flat land across the river," Tormid suggested. The Devers stood on the hill and looked down at the lowlands to the west. Although the fields had been harvested, they could still see a golden field. He asked, "Is this the battlefield where Prososus led his army to defeat Carthage's people?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid pointed to the north. It is said that Commander Prososus's camp was built there. The Devers turned and looked for a while, then turned to the front and asked, "How far is Serenus city from here?" "About 100 miles," Tormid replied. The Devers thought for a moment and ordered, "We will camp on the hill. Inform the engineers to quickly survey the terrain and have the troops march faster. Hurry up the hill and clear Minoa City." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Tormid slightly disagreed with the Devers' cautiousness, he knew that the Devers had made up his mind, so he did not raise any objections. Just as they were about to return to the destroyed Minoa City, a group of Dionia scouts galloped over from the flatland to the west. They crossed the Platani River and rushed to the foot of the hill. They shouted urgently, "Report! Carthage's cavalry is here. There are many of them." A soldier reported immediately after hearing it. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. The Devers pondered and said, "It seems that Carthage's people finally couldn't help it. Your Majesty, I will inform the troops who have already gone up the hill to prepare for defense immediately." The Devers nodded. Tormid turned and left. The Devers looked around, then pointed to a large section of the western wall of Minoa City that was still standing in front of them. He said, "Let's go up to the city to check on the enemy." The chief of the palace guards, Marcius, immediately dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, Minoa City is seriously damaged. I'm afraid that the wall is not strong enough. It could be dangerous. Send someone to confirm it." The Devers did not give up. Marcius had to send a group of guards up the wall to investigate. After a while, they reported that section of the wall is still relatively strong. The Devers immediately walked to the wall. The others could only follow. Standing on the wall and looking to the west, the view was wider. The Carthage cavalry came quickly. They poured into the flat lowlands like a tide. The vanguard had already galloped to the other side of the Platani River. "Carthage has so many cavalry. I think there are at least 5,000 of them." Henneborus, who was next to him, exclaimed, "To be precise, those should be foreign cavalry recruited by Carthage. I'm afraid the real Carthage cavalry only accounts for a small part of them." Divers widened his eyes and pointed at the Carthaginian cavalry that was shrouded in dust at the foot of the mountain. He said in a serious tone, "Look, those cavalries that are poorly equipped but have the largest number should be the Namibians. They're good at throwing javelins. And over there, those cavalries with leather helmets and long swords should be the Iberians. As for the Carthaginian cavalry, oh, I finally found them. There, they are wearing shiny armor. I heard that Margot also hired some cavalries from Mauritania. But the Mauritanian cavalry and the Namibian cavalry are wearing similar clothes, so it's hard to tell them apart." Divers said, as if he was counting his family treasures. "From the looks of it, the Carthaginian cavalry is a patchwork. Although our cavalry army is smaller in number, we shouldn't lose to them, right?" Henneborus, who didn't know much about military affairs, was very confident in the kingdom's army. The Devers was silent for a moment before saying frankly, "In terms of cavalry, we are weaker than the Carthage people. In the previous battle, several cavalry legions had suffered varying degrees of loss of soldiers, and they had not been well replenished after that. After all, cavalry was different from infantry. It was too costly and not easy to cultivate. However, even if the 4 cavalry legions of Dionia were fully formed and gathered together, the Devers did not think that they would be able to defeat the enemy cavalry at the foot of the mountain. For cavalry to win, they mainly relied on horsemanship, numbers, and training. In terms of training, the Dionia cavalry was naturally better than their opponents, but in the other 2 aspects, Dionia did not have the advantage. When Henneborus heard this, he suddenly choked. After a moment, he comforted, "It's nothing. Our Dionysian army mainly relies on the infantry legion, and they are much stronger than the Carthage." At this time, Printos, who was also watching the enemy's situation, said in a deep voice, "The Carthage infantry is here too." The Devers did not speak, but stared intently at the battlefield. In the distance, teams of Carthage infantry entered the lowland plains from the west in an endless stream. The originally empty field was being filled by the Carthage army. The Devers put their hands on the cracked battlements and said thoughtfully, "It seems that Brother Mara is really ready to fight us here." When Henneborus heard this, he blinked and asked curiously, "Here? We're on the mountain, and they are at the foot of the mountain? This is not a good choice. Why don't they wait for us to march to the lowland at the foot of the mountain before they fight?" The Devers did not answer, but looked at Printos. Printos understood that this was a test from the king of Devers. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Carthage people let us enter the lowland below, we can send troops to block the coast road to the west, and it will be easy to organize a defense. It will be more troublesome for the Carthage people to attack, and their superior forces will not be able to spread out. Then why don't the Carthage people just occupy Minoa city? In this way, they will have the advantage of defense, and our army will be in trouble." Facing Printos, Hennebor's question was more direct and bold. Printos' answer was also very quick. "If that is the case, I think your majesty will not march to Minoa at all, but will return to Agrigento, or even Gela. In this way, the Carthage people will be anxious. I think the reason why they abandoned these towns on the south coast and retreated to the west is to lure our army to attack the west. This will not only make it convenient for them to fight, but also convenient for their food supply." Henneborus suddenly realized and said, "The Carthage people chose this place as the battlefield because they think and they can accept it?" The Devers smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Brother Mara is a decisive and determined person, but not meticulous and patient enough. It is rare that he is so thoughtful and considerate of our feelings. Your Majesty, are we going to fight the Carthage here?" Henneborus immediately became excited. The Devers glanced at the solemn Printos and said softly, "Unfortunately, I am not going to follow the script that Brother Mara has made up." Henneborus said, "Oh." At this time, Amintas, Matones, Olivers, Troturas, and several other senior generals rushed to the bottom of the city wall and shouted while panting, "Your Majesty, the First Legion has arrived. The Second Legion has arrived. The Legio 4 has arrived. The Legio 6 has arrived. The Rome Reserve Brigade has arrived." Chapter 966. The Devers looked up at the sky, then looked down at the tired but excited faces under the city. He said calmly, "Everyone, you have worked hard. Please follow the rules of the Dionia military law regarding the construction of camps during wartime. Half of the soldiers from each legion are responsible for the defense on the mountain, and the other half, under the command of the engineers, will speed up the construction of the camps. Go and execute it." The order of the Devers was far from their expectations. Amintas, Matones, and the others were slightly disappointed, but they still responded loudly, "Yes." Watching the generals go away, the Devers thought of something again. He looked around and asked, "Where is Tormid?" "Your Majesty, he has rushed to supervise the construction of the camps," Printos replied. "Go and find Tormid immediately. Ask him to inform the commanders of the Legion to allocate some soldiers and the engineering battalion to repair the original port of Minoa as soon as possible so that the Sicilian fleet can be stationed there. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes, Your Majesty." Printos accepted the order and left. The Devers turned back and continued to stare down the mountain. At this time, a large number of Carthage infantry were arriving at the west bank of the Platani River. The Carthage cavalry that had gathered on the riverbank had retreated to the rear on both sides, giving way to the front. All the soldiers were lined up along the riverbank, gradually forming the embryonic form of a military formation. The Devers' eyes finally focused on a group of generals on horseback in front of the Carthage infantry phalanx on the west bank of the Platani River. In the middle, there was a general wearing a golden helmet without a tassel, a golden breastplate, a dark red armor skirt, and a blue cloak. He pointed to the hill and said something. The people around him gathered around to listen. The Devers looked solemn and whispered, "Brother Mara." The person the Devers saw was indeed Brother Mara. At this time, he was squinting at the mountain. Dionia's soldiers were constantly emerging from the ruins of Minoa, forming a line of defense. "Sir, the people of Dionia don't seem to have any intention of fighting us." One of the generals made a judgment. "If it were me, I wouldn't have ordered the soldiers to fight right after marching," another general reminded him. Brother Mara raised his eyebrows and said nothing. It was only when he saw that the Dionia soldiers not only had no intention of descending the mountain, but had even begun to set up a redoubt in front of their defensive formation that he had no choice but to issue an order. "Leave the cavalry to continue to monitor the enemy's movements, and be careful of any sudden attacks. lead the soldiers to build a camp. While the Devers led the army westward along the south coast, the Dionysian army, with Legio III as the main force, did not rest for long after entering Aegilion. On the second day, the newly formed Psycheer army took the lead and continued westward. Strangely, they didn't see any Sicarer tribes along the way, nor were they attacked. 2 days later, the army successfully arrived at the central city of Sicily, Enna. It was another empty city. Lazaru and Epictetus, who had been through many battles for a long time, did not feel happy. Instead, they became more cautious and sent more scouts and Sicarer warriors to investigate the enemy's movements. A day later, Lazaru received news that a large number of Carthage soldiers and some Sicarer warriors had gathered near the city of Cephalotion. The preliminary estimate was that the number of soldiers was more than 30,000. Lazaru might seem rough, but he was actually meticulous. Whether it was leading Legio III alone to defeat the Cautini in Campania, or attacking Rome from the bridge to the city of Rome while splitting up his troops to defeat the reinforcements from the north, these battles undoubtedly reflected this characteristic of his. This was the first time he had served as the temporary commander of several legions. After entering this unfamiliar mountainous area, he became quite cautious. After receiving this news, he immediately discussed with Epictetus and Creru, and finally decided that the army would continue to stay in Enna until the detailed deployment of the enemy forces in the west was clear, and this news would be reported to His Majesty the Devers in the south coast. Although it was already the beginning of November, the sun was still scorching at noon by the Minoa Sea. The Devers and a few high-ranking generals of the army stood by the temporarily repaired port, enduring the scorching sun, patiently waiting for a large fleet to enter the port. As the passenger ships docked one by one, countless soldiers boarded the pier. The deserted harbor suddenly became lively. "Your Majesty, they're here," Henneborus reminded softly. "Let's go and welcome the hero who conquered the Salmoni." The Devers smiled and walked forward with large strides. The others followed closely behind. "Your Majesty." Alexis also walked in front of the Devers and solemnly saluted. "You've worked hard." The Devers looked at him with unusual emotion. After returning the military salute, they even took the initiative to give this general, who had made many contributions, a strong hug. "Alexis, you're a little slow. We're only missing you." Aminta's mood was a little complicated, but this did not affect the friendship between him and his old comrade. He also gave her a warm hug. Then Matones, Olivers, Troturas, and the other generals greeted him one by one. "Your Majesty, Commander Melisande of the 10th Legion, reporting for duty." Melisande nimbly saluted, his voice unusually loud. The smile on the Devers' face became even brighter. "Oh, Melisande, you've performed very well in the previous battle. I believe your parents will be very proud of you after seeing the battle report. Have you returned home after the battle with the Salmoni?" "Not yet." "Then, win more contributions in the upcoming battle with Carthage and return home full of glory." The Devers patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, your Majesty." Then, Melisande braced himself to greet the other generals. Most of the generals present were his stepfather Felicius's comrades. When they spoke to him with the tone of an elder, he always felt a little awkward. Another person walked up and bowed to the Devers in a special manner. "Greetings, your Majesty, your Majesty. Great leader Borit. I didn't expect you to personally lead the troops here. Thank you so much." The Devers hurriedly helped him up and said with joy and gratitude, "For more than 10 years, both Tia has always been under the protection of Dionia. With your Majesty's generous assistance, the tribes of Potentia have survived many difficult times. We have always regretted not having the chance to repay this great kindness. Now that we have this opportunity, of course, we must do our best." Borit's words were spoken with sincerity. The Devers listened and nodded, but then smiled and corrected him. "Dionia and Potentia have long been a family. Let's not talk about kindness and gratitude like outsiders. Let us continue to fight side by side like brothers." "Yes, yes." Borit nodded repeatedly in response. The Devers turned his gaze to another person next to him. You are leader Tadoni of the Abenelum? You still remember me? Tadoni was a little surprised. For the past few years, you have led the Abenelum team to participate in the Hades celebration in Turii. How could I not remember? The Dever smiled and said seriously, this time, it was thanks to the great help of the Abenelum that we, Dionia, finally won the Samanese War. You don't have to be so polite. We are already a family, aren't we? Tadoni replied straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, yes, you are very right. It was a slip of the tongue. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment at the banquet later. Then, the Devers met with the leaders of the reinforcements of Caudini, Pintni, and Caracini. Then, the Devers made an exception and held a simple banquet in the main tent of the camp to welcome the reinforcements of Potentia and Samanese. The whole atmosphere was quite warm. When the banquet was over, the guards removed the leftovers, then placed a map of Sicily in the center of the main tent, and began the military meeting. Tormid, the staff officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs, stood in front of the map with a wooden stick in his hand. He first bowed slightly to the Devers, and the Devers nodded to him. He turned to face the crowd and said, everyone, His Majesty asked me to first tell you about the current situation between us and the enemy in Sicily. In Minoa, where we have gathered the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, Legio IV, Legio VI, the Rome Reserve Brigade, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry Legions of nearly 50,000 people. Now, we have the 10th Legion, the reinforcements of Potentia, and the reinforcements of Samanese, a total of 16,000 people, for a total of 66,000 people. In the lowlands west of Minoa City, the army led by Carthage's military commander, Margo, has built a camp there. According to the information detected by the scouts and sentries in the past 2 days, there are about 60,000 infantrymen and more than 7,000 cavalrymen there. More than 7,000 cavalrymen? Melisson exclaimed. He immediately realized his impoliteness and cast an apologetic look at Tormid. Tormid took over the conversation and said, yes, the Carthaginians have a lot of cavalry, and they are very strong. This is why the Carthaginians have been setting up a battle formation at the foot of the mountain, wanting to fight with us. However, His Majesty has always avoided fighting them at this time. As he spoke, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at a town icon not far north of Minoa City on the map. This is the town of Sykir, Caphaloician. According to the information reported by the scouts in the mountains, there are more than 30,000 Carthage, Sykir allied troops stationed there. Our Legio III, the Lucaria Reserve Brigade, and the Sykir warriors, a total of 20,000 people, have occupied Enna and are confronting them. Chapter 9, 67. Here, Tormid pointed the wooden stick at the icon of a town to the west of Minoa City is Serena's City, which has been occupied by us. Currently, 4,000 reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory are stationed there, and more than 10,000 sailors are assisting in defending the city. The Sicilian fleet is preparing to withdraw all sailors from Serena's City to the Catanai naval base. Sicilian interrupted him and said seriously, I have received orders from the Ministry of Military Affairs to send the sailors who have lost their warships to Castellan or Tyrannum naval base and prepare to receive the newly built warships. Seeing Tormid's stunned expression, Sicilian emphasized, this morning, I reported this matter to His Majesty. Devers nodded and explained, Sicilian did tell me, but because I was busy welcoming Alexis at the port, I didn't have the time to tell you. I agreed to Sicilian's request to withdraw the sailors. Paragonia is a small city with only 3,000 soldiers, but Carthage's army had to besiege it for more than 20 days, suffering many casualties before they could take it down. Serena City has 4,000 soldiers stationed there, and they can receive reinforcements at any time by sea. Now that Carthage's main army is in a standoff with us, it is impossible for them to gather another army to attack Serenus. Even without the help of the sailors, Serenus City should be safe under such circumstances. Understood, Your Majesty. Tormid glanced at Sicilian and continued. According to the report from the Clippers, Carthage has built a camp outside Serenus City and is besieging it. There are about 10,000 Carthage and Phoenician soldiers stationed there. Let's look at the east of Sicily. Carthage's new ally, Syracuse, has previously sent 15,000 soldiers to attack Taunus, but according to our deduction, Syracuse can form an army of more than 20,000 soldiers to fight. Therefore, His Majesty has arranged for Commander Prososus to lead the 7th and 8th legions, as well as the Sicilian Alliance's army, to directly attack Syracuse City. Your Majesty, Alexis interrupted. The fleet that transported us stopped at the port of Cadenai for a short while. I met with Governor Cypros and Commander Prososus. From them, I learned that the reserve soldiers from the Locri region have already replenished the 7th Legion. At the same time, the troops from the alliance of Leontini and Taunus, as well as the citizens of Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa, have also made preparations. According to their estimates, they can gather about 25,000 soldiers to attack Syracuse. I believe that by the time we arrived, Commander Prososus had already led his army towards Syracuse. I didn't expect you to be a messenger for free, Alexis, Devers joked. Everyone roared with laughter. I just introduced the situation of our army and Carthage's army. As for the navy, as soon as Tormid started, Syracuse stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, let me explain the situation of the navy. Devers looked at him, then nodded at Tormid. Tormid then passed the wooden stick to Syracuse. Syracuse didn't take it. He pointed at the map and said, I can't use this thing because there's only an island drawn on it. There's no ocean, so it's impossible for our warships to stop on land. There was another burst of laughter in the tent. Syracuse straightened his chest, looked around at everyone, and said in a clear voice, Everyone has heard Tormid's explanation. In terms of land, we don't have the advantage in terms of military strength in several directions. Perhaps it's slightly better in the east, but if Prososus wants to lead his army to attack the sturdy city of Syracuse, it will only be more difficult. However, in terms of the navy, ever since the storm at sea a few months ago, almost all of Carthage's warships were destroyed. After that, they even secretly invited naval reinforcements from her motherland, Tyre, but they were also defeated by the Sicilian fleet. The few remaining Phoenician warships no longer appeared in the waters around Sicily. They've probably been scared out of their wits. Not long ago, Carthage used about 190 newly built warships to form a fleet to guard Sardinia's sea route. His Majesty has already sent the 3rd fleet to deal with it. Even if this new Carthage fleet has dozens more warships than the 3rd fleet, I firmly believe that the 3rd fleet will be able to defeat it in the end and obtain victory. In Sicily's waters, other than the 70 warships of our Sicilian fleet, there are also 50 warships of Syracuse. However, they're basically holed up in the port and don't dare to fight us. Now that Prososus is leading his army to attack Syracuse, I believe that Syracuse's warships will soon have no place to stand. There's no need to think about them anymore. Our Sicilian fleet has always had the absolute advantage in this area of the sea. That's why we can boldly send ships to transport soldiers and supplies, use warships to attack Carthage's sea route, and transport soldiers to attack the rear of Carthage's army. This is also one of the reasons why Carthage's army retreated from the east. Even though Carthage's newly built warships have been put into service, our warships are also about to enter the battle. Not only will the newly formed Sicilian fleet be able to control Sicily's waters, but will also increase the pressure on Carthage's navy to achieve His Majesty's goal of threatening Carthage's territorial waters. No one raised any objections after Sequirian finished speaking. After all, no one in the tent was more authoritative than Sequirian in terms of the navy. Now, everyone has some understanding of the current situation, right? Devers looked around and said slowly, Do you have any suggestions on how to fight against Carthage's army? As soon as Devers said this, the tent temporarily regained its silence. Many people fell into deep thought. The leaders of the Samni army were still in shock. Previously, the 4 major tribes of Samni united to declare war on Dionia. The 40,000 soldiers that they had painstakingly put together gave the leaders courage. But now, the kingdom of Dionia had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers to fight against Carthage. This did not include the number of people in the navy. Moreover, it seemed that they still had strength to spare. The strength of Dionia was evident. At this time, they deeply realized that the Samni people's extravagant hope was a mistake from the beginning. It was completely caused by their shallow understanding of the kingdom of Dionia. Alexis understood that the reason why Tormid was asked to explain the situation of both sides in detail before the start of the military conference was mainly for those who had just arrived in Sicily and were unfamiliar with the situation. So, he coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty, with the addition of the 10th Legion, Potentia, and Samni reinforcements in Minoa, our military strength and that of Carthage's is already equal. Can we—" He pointed to the lowlands west of Minoa city with his hand and said, "Can we fight against the Carthage army and defeat their main force first?" Devers didn't even think about it and shook his head lightly. "Your Majesty, is it because the Carthage army of Cephalotian north of Minoa will return?" Melisande asked anxiously. Melisand's question was exactly what Amintas and Matones wanted to know. Devers saw their expressions and said in a deep voice, "It's because of the cavalry. In terms of heavy infantry, I think our legion is better than the Carthage army. But in terms of cavalry, not only do they surpass us in number, but they also slightly surpass us in terms of the combat power of the cavalry. You should know that if we fight against the Carthage army on flat ground, such a large number of Carthage cavalry will inevitably become a decisive force that can determine the outcome of the battle. So, we can't take such a huge risk and fight against the Carthage army." While Devers was explaining, his mind was thinking about the glorious victories created by Alexander and Hannibal in the history of his previous life. Basically, the final victory or defeat was decided by the cavalry. Everyone fell into deep thought. Some even looked at the cavalry commander-leds and Cusius. They all remained silent and didn't refute. Alexis leaned over and looked at the map. When his line of sight moved from Minoa to Cephalotian north of Minoa, he suddenly had an idea. He thought carefully and said, "Your Majesty, since we are at a disadvantage in terms of cavalry, can we start a battle with the Carthage army near Cephalotian? This way, they won't be able to use the advantage of cavalry. We have the Lacanians and Samni, who are good at fighting in the mountains. The other legions are not trained for fighting in the mountains. In this aspect, we should have the advantage." Alexis's words made everyone's eyes light up. Amintas looked at Alexis and was a little annoyed. "Why didn't I think of this? Is it because I'm not as good as Alexis?" In fact, it was against common sense to let heavy infantry fight in the mountains. Most people wouldn't dare to try it. Alexis only dared to propose this idea because he had conquered the Samni mountains and had experience in this aspect. However, Devers said, "Last night, Printos made a similar suggestion to you." Alexis subconsciously turned to look at Printos, who was sitting in the back. More than 10 years ago, he had a good cooperation with Printos. With the help of Printos, he led the army to conquer Copsa and Inona, and finally forced the Samni to sign an agreement. Alexis admired Printos very much. She thought that he was quick-witted and often had amazing and bold ideas. She valued him very much. When the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs was established, he even took the initiative to recommend him to King Devers. But he didn't expect that since the outbreak of the war last year, Printos' name would light up the military headquarters of Dionia. Every time Alexis read about his deeds in the military newspaper, she felt happy for him. Chapter 9:68. Printos nodded at him with a smile. Alexis also smiled back. At this time, she heard Devers say, "I was a little tempted by this proposal at first, but I gave it up in the end." Why? Because according to the intelligence, the western mountains of Sicily with Cephalotian as the center are higher and more complex than the eastern mountains. For our Dionia's heavy infantry as the main force, it will be more difficult to fight and march, and because of the distance from Catanai, the transportation of supplies is a big problem. In addition, you should know that there are more than 40,000 Iberian troops in the Carthage army. These soldiers are either from the mountain races of Iberia, or they have followed Carthage's generals for many years in Iberia, so they have very strong fighting strength in the mountains. More importantly, The current Carthage military commander Margo became the governor of Iberia 10 years ago and fought in the wild mountains for 10 years, so he has more experience in mountain warfare. If we were to engage in a battle with the Carthaginians in the mountains, although we would be able to avoid the Carthaginian cavalry, the outcome would still be unpredictable. Since we already have the absolute advantage in terms of strategy, there is no need to take the risk of engaging in a large-scale battle in the mountains. You must know that it is very likely to decide the fate of the kingdom. Devers's cautious words made Alexis, Oliver's, and the others fall into deep thought, and also made Aminta's, Matoni's, and the others feel puzzled. What absolute advantage do we have? Of course it's the navy. Our fleet has an absolute advantage. Sicerian said loudly and confidently. Sicerian is right. Our advantage is in the navy. Devers said firmly, and then took out a papyrus scroll. At the beginning of the banquet, I received a battle report from the Third Fleet. They defeated the new Carthage fleet in Sardinia 2 days ago. Hearing this news, everyone felt happy. Sicerian rushed forward and took the battle report. After quickly reading it, he couldn't help but praise, "Good middle aids." In the crisis of being attacked by the enemy's superior warships, the Carthage suffered a crushing defeat. As the generals looked at each other, Devers said in a low voice, "The Carthage army has more than 100,000 people gathered on Sicily, and the military food consumption is very large every day. Their colonial cities and Phoenician allies on Sicily can't meet their military food supply. Moreover, Prososus destroyed the city's farmland and cut their wheat. They even have difficulties in survival. So Carthage can only collect food from the Africa continent and meet the daily needs of this huge army by sea. Your Majesty is right. As long as the Sicilian fleet completely cuts off the sea transportation between Carthage and Sicily, we don't even need to fight them head-on. No matter how many Carthage soldiers there are, they can only starve to death on this island." Sicerian interrupted loudly. Devers didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said to him with a serious expression, "So next, after the Sicilian fleet receives the replenishment of the newly built warships, I request the Sicilian fleet to strengthen the blockade on the west of Sicily and intercept all the ships coming and going. This task isn't easy to accomplish. Although our navy has the advantage, for the sake of victory in this war and the lives of more than 100,000 Carthage soldiers, Carthage will definitely do everything possible to open up the sea route. The Sicilian fleet will definitely be attacked by Carthage from the sea. Sicerian, can you complete this task? Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will make sure that Carthage's fleet doesn't return." Sicerian replied confidently, "I believe you can do it." Devers encouraged him, then reminded him softly, "But I hope you can be more cautious. Don't let the fleet be destroyed by the storm again." "Yes," Sicerian replied with his head lowered. "Your Majesty," Amintas asked anxiously, "according to your plan, does it mean that we don't need to take the initiative to attack?" "Yes." Devers's resolute answer made Amintas, Matoni's, Oliver's, and the other high-ranking generals show more or less disappointment on their faces. Devers took in their expressions, then looked at the silent Alexis and asked, "Alexis, what do you think?" Alexis looked around and said in a heavy voice, "Your Majesty, this war has been going on for more than a year. The soldiers first fought hard in the north, and now they have come to the south. They haven't been able to rest and reorganize, and they have paid a considerable amount of casualties. As far as I know, almost all the people in the tourist region wear the black veil. Now we're going to fight against the stronger Carthage. I originally thought that the casualties would be higher than before, but your Majesty's strategy can not only reduce the casualties of our soldiers, but also allow us to obtain the final victory. This is where your Majesty's military strength is far superior to ours." Alexis praised sincerely. Devers heard this and felt a little ashamed. In fact, before the banquet, he more or less had the idea of waiting for all the troops to gather and find an opportunity to fight against the Carthage army. This might be the ambition of every commander with a large number of troops. But the victory report of the Third Fleet made him happy, and he also realized the absolute advantage that the Navy had, so he was determined to carry out the other plan in his heart to the end. At this moment, he coughed lightly and said, "Alexis said very well. The purpose of war is to protect the interests of the kingdom, not to pursue the pleasure of killing. We must do our best to ensure that the soldiers who trust us wholeheartedly and fight for the kingdom can return home safely." Dever's eyes swept across the faces of Amintas, Matones, and the others, and continued, "Our army won't take the initiative to attack, but it doesn't mean that we can relax our vigilance. In order to survive, the Carthage army will very likely take the initiative to attack us. For this reason, we must speed up the construction of the camp, build more defense facilities, and give our soldiers an absolute advantage in defense. In addition, even if the Carthage army on Sicily is defeated, I'm afraid this war will not end immediately. You must prepare to march to Africa, to the south of Iberia. So during this period, you must do your best to maintain the morale of the soldiers. You must not let them slack off, and you must strengthen the training of the Rome soldiers, Samni soldiers, and Potentia soldiers so that they're familiar with our flag, orders, and tactics as soon as possible, which will be beneficial for future battles." The Devers' words lifted the spirits of the generals, so when Devers asked again, "Do you have any other opinions?" everyone agreed to carry out the plan drawn up by Devers. Seeing that everyone had a unified understanding, Devers smiled and said, "There is another advantage for us in carrying out this plan. We can use fewer troops to defend against the attack of Carthage's larger forces, and depending on the development of the battle, we could divide some soldiers to support Serenus, Enna, or Prososus, or even attack the empty rear of the Carthage army. Everyone, because of the advantage of the sea route, we seem to be in a passive defense, but in fact we have the initiative. The Carthage army will be defeated by us." On the west bank of the Platani River, in the camp built by the Carthage army, Margot's angry roar came from the central tent. "Damn you, Anrobas, you idiot!" Pamilka, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked into the tent and saw Margot draw his sword and slash at the table. "What happened?" Pamilka asked softly. "Look, this is the naval general you all trust, the one who claims to be the most capable in Carthage." Margot angrily threw a papyrus scroll on the table at him. Pamilka picked it up, and, after reading it, his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, "Is this true?" This was written by a member of the Maginid family, who was the captain of the newly formed fleet. "Of course it's true." Margot held his shining sword and sat back on the wooden chair, staring at Pamilka angrily. Enrobas was incompetent and misplaced the fleet, causing the fleet to suffer a crushing defeat and causing Ademica's whereabouts to be unknown. According to this member of my family, after they escaped back to the port of Saros, Enrobas even reprimanded them, threatening them not to reveal the whole process of the naval battle. Obviously, he wanted to escape punishment. He's delusional. I'm going to write a letter to the Senate, explaining the truth of the naval battle, and request that he be escorted back to Carthage for trial and punishment. You and I will sign together. This, Pamilka showed a look of hesitation, but Margot snorted heavily. You're not willing. The new fleet suffered a defeat when it had the upper hand. Enrobas should have been interrogated by the Senate. I'm willing to sign with you, Pamilka said with a worried expression. But now is the time of war. If the commander of the Navy is suddenly replaced, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the entire fleet, Margot sneered. In my opinion, replacing him will be of great help to the Navy. Let me ask you, since he became the commander of the Navy, has our fleet, which dominated the Western Mediterranean, ever won a victory? Pamilka was speechless, because that was the truth. Since the start of the war, the Carthage fleet had been defeated in every battle. Now they could only hide in the port, not daring to compete with the Dionysian fleet. After the fleet was destroyed by the storm, Enrobas shouldn't have continued to be the commander of the Navy, and the new fleet that was built with great difficulty shouldn't have been sent to Sardinia. It's all because of Hanno's selfishness that Carthage has paid such a high price. This can't go on anymore. This can't go on anymore. Otherwise, once the entire sea is controlled by the Dionysian fleet, our army will be finished. Margot pounded the table. Chapter 969. Although Margot's words were too extreme, because it was not only the Hanoverians who made Anrobas the commander of the navy and sent the fleet to guard Sardinia. He was right about one thing. The connection between Sicily and Carthage could not be cut off. Otherwise, the more than 100,000 soldiers would have no food supply, and that would be the end of it. Pamilka was in the army and was mainly responsible for logistics. He was well aware of the huge consumption of food in the army. The most important reason for the withdrawal of the army from the east was food supply. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He immediately said, "Lord Margot, I will write a letter with you to urge the Senate to immediately reorganize our fleet and fully protect the sea route between Sicily and Carthage." Margot's expression was a little better. He said with hatred, "Even if the Senate listens to our suggestion, whether our fleet can do it is another matter. Our current food supply can only last for about 10 days. After 10 days, all of our lives will be in the hands of the Navy. This is really unbearable." Pamilka listened and felt bitter in his heart. He reminded loudly, "Lord Margot, the best way for us to turn the situation around is to defeat the main force of the Dionysian army and win the leadership of the war in Sicily. It's easy to say, but as you can see, I have been setting up a battle outside the camp for the past 3 days, but the people of Dionia on the opposite side have no intention of going down the mountain to fight with us." Margot was both helpless and puzzled. "I have studied in detail the battles that the king of Dionia has participated in the past. He is a decisive, bold, adventurous, and very confident man. When he was still a mercenary leader, he dared to lead a far smaller number of mercenaries to attack the Lacanian army. When Dionysius invaded Greece, Dionysius clearly had the advantage, especially in terms of cavalry, but he still dared to fight with the people of Syracuse. Not long ago, a war broke out between Dionia and Rome. Rome is so far away from Dioia, but he actually led the army to attack. Why does such a man who loves to attack dare not accept our challenge this time? Could it be that the Dionysian army isn't ready yet?" Pamilka thought about it and said, "Or perhaps it's because Caphiloiton's army is too close that the king of Dionia is worried?" Margot's heart skipped a beat. He put down his sword and muttered, "Perhaps we should have Hasdrubal withdraw his army to the Sicans' territory and lure the Dionysian army from the east to the west to occupy Cephalosian. This way, the king of Dionia will feel that the north is safe, and perhaps he will be at ease to fight with us? What if Dionia refuses to come out?" Pamilka asked worriedly. Margot thought for a moment and said decisively, "Then we will surround the Dionysian army of Caphiloition and force them to fight us in the mountains." "This is a good idea." Pamilka's eyes lit up, but he warned, "I'm afraid Arcones won't be willing to retreat from Cephalosian. That cycle leader who voluntarily surrendered to us." Margot picked up his sword from the table and slammed it heavily on the table. "It's not up to him. He has to retreat, even if he doesn't want to." After receiving Margot's order, Hasdrubal ignored Arcones' pleas and ordered all soldiers and cycles to retreat to the west. Some cycles did not surrender, even though their families were in the hands of Carthage's men. They refused to enter the territory of their former enemy, the Sicans. Hasdrubal suppressed them mercilessly, forcing most of the Sicaur people to obey him. While retreating, Carthage's men completely destroyed Cephalosian. However, Lizu, who received the Dever's order, did not take the opportunity to lead his army west. Instead, he kept his army in Enna and strengthened the city's defenses. The main force of Dionia stationed in Minoa city ignored Carthage's men who lined up at the foot of the mountain every day and built up their camp. After listening to the Dever's instructions, the engineers designed the camp as follows. The entire Dionia camp would start from Minoa city by the sea and extend northward along the entire mountain range until it reached the narrow lowland in the north, where Leotychides had lured Carthage's sacred army to the north and defeated them. The camp would then turn northeast and continue along the mountain range until it reached the upper reaches of the Platani River, forming a semi-arc-shaped line of defense. The simple port in the east was within its embrace. With sufficient supplies transported by Catanai's fleet and sufficient water provided by Lake Gergo, the Dionysian army was prepared for a long-term defense. Unlike the situation in the west, in the east of Sicily, Leotychides had already led his army to Syracuse. After arriving at Leontini and meeting up with the allied army, the entire army was divided into two. The main force consisted of the 7th and 8th legions, personally led by Leotychides. They continued south, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the big port on the west side of Syracuse. The other 8,000 soldiers, consisting of the allied army and allied city-states, were led by Xanthoparis. They followed the coast south, passed through Taunus, and arrived at the east side of Syracuse. The people of Syracuse had been paying close attention to the movements of Dionia in the north. When they learned that the Dionysian army had left Catanae and arrived at Leontini, they were alerted to the possibility that they were coming for Syracuse. When the news spread, the people of Syracuse were in a panic. When the news was confirmed, the Council of Syracuse realized that they had been tricked. These days, the Democrats and the neutrals were arguing over who was responsible for provoking Dionia. They wasted a lot of time and did not prepare for defense. In the face of life and death, Theagenes, Phaucus, and the others had to put aside their differences and focus on dealing with the upcoming attack of the cunning Dionia. They carried out an emergency military mobilization for the citizens in the city. At the same time, they sent out cavalry to quickly notify the villages outside the city, asking the people to bring their belongings and rush into the city to take refuge. A day later, the sentries on the east wall first saw the enemies coming along the coastline. The news of a defeat of a new fleet reached Carthage. The elders were shocked. In this report, Anubis put the blame on Audemica. He said that it was because of Ademica's slow action that the plan to attack from two sides could not be carried out. Instead, the Dionysian fleet defeated them one by one. Then, the elders received a joint complaint from Margo and Pamilca. Was it Anubis's command error, or was it Ademica's poor execution? The elders had a debate. Although Hanno defended him, as the commander of the navy, Anubis could not escape the blame for his consecutive defeats. So the debate did not last long. The Senate passed a resolution to remove Anubis from the position of commander of the navy and send him back to the city for trial. Carthage was born from the sea and thrived by the sea. Although they had begun to develop inland, the sea was still their foundation. Now, the repeated failures of the Carthage navy showed that the victory of the Dionysian fleet was not accidental. It was a fact that the strength of the Carthage navy was at a disadvantage. This not only put the 100,000 troops on Sicily in danger, but also began to threaten the survival of Carthage itself. For the first time, all the elders actively and seriously discussed a solution to Carthage's predicament at sea without any selfish motives. The first thing was to determine a new commander of the navy as soon as possible. Although Anubis was impeached, it was undeniable that he was indeed an excellent admiral. So the candidates proposed by the elders were all eliminated because they were not as talented as him. In the end, it was a name mentioned by Asaruba that made everyone not question his ability but worry about his health. Morbar, a noble of Carthage and a former Senate elder, had participated in the naval battles of Carthage against the Greek city-states on the north coast of Italy when he was young. Later, he served as the commander of the navy several times, leading the battles against the Greek allied navy in Sicily led by Syracuse. He won more than he lost. He also bravely led a fleet along the route opened by the predecessors, crossing the Pillars of Hercules to the west and heading south along the coast to the middle of the African coast. He brought back some rare beasts and races with strange clothes and shiny black skin. Because of this, he became a hero of Carthage. But later, he got tired of Carthage's politics. Coupled with his old age, he voluntarily withdrew from the Senate and lived in seclusion in Utica. After several elders who knew him confirmed that he was in good health, the elders unanimously agreed to send a messenger to Utica to consult the wishes of this old man who did not belong to any faction. They wanted to see if he was willing to serve as the commander of the Carthage navy. Secondly, the Senate discussed the matter of whether to transfer back the new fleet defending the waters of Sardinia. After all, this new fleet was originally meant to protect the sea route of Sardinia. Now that it was crippled and did not play any role, there was not much point in continuing to stay in Sardinia. Instead, there was the danger of the entire fleet being wiped out. Now that the army of Dionia had also landed on Sicily, the pressure on the army of Carthage had increased, and the problem of logistics and supplies became even more prominent. It was necessary to ensure that the sea route between Sicily and Carthage was smooth in order to ensure that the 100,000 troops on the island could fight with all their might without any worries. This became the consensus of the elders of Carthage. For this reason, not only did they decide to transfer back the remaining new fleet and place it in the direction of Sicily, but they also had to incorporate the newly launched warships into it. At the same time, they urged the shipyards to speed up the construction of new warships.